Tonight, we will explore letting go, not letting go in a dramatic way or forcing anything to disappear, but the quiet, ordinary kind of letting go that happens when we stop holding so tightly to what is already changing. In everyday language, this is about allowing things to pass through our lives without gripping them: moments, worries, plans, even our ideas about how things should be. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. There is nothing to remember tonight. There is no need to stay awake. You can simply listen, and it's okay if the words drift in and out. We will move slowly, as one does at night, and the understanding can arrive when it wishes, or not at all. Let us begin with a story. Long ago, in a valley surrounded by low, patient hills, there lived a potter named Renji. Renji worked with clay every day of his adult life. He rose before the sun, opened the wooden doors of his small workshop, and sat at his wheel while the village still slept. Renji was known for his bowls. Not large bowls, not decorated ones. Simple bowls that fit easily in the hands. People said his bowls felt calm. They said soup tasted better in them, though no one could explain why. Renji himself did not speak much. When asked how he made his bowls, he would shrug and say that the clay already knew what it wanted to become. One afternoon, a traveler named Solon arrived in the valley. Solon carried very little, just a worn bag and a walking staff polished smooth by years of use. He had heard of Renji's bowls and wished to see the potter at work. Solon stood quietly in the doorway as Renji shaped the clay. The wheel turned. Renji's hands were steady. The bowl rose, widened, and settled into its form. After a long silence, Solon asked, "How do you know when a bowl is finished?" Renji did not look up. He said, "When I stop wanting it to be better." Solon stayed in the valley for several days. Each day, he watched Renji work, and each day, he noticed something curious. Some bowls collapsed on the wheel. Others cracked in the kiln. Renji did not seem troubled by this. He set the broken pieces aside and returned to the clay. On the last evening before Solon left, he asked Renji, "Do you not feel disappointed when a bowl breaks?" Renji wiped his hands and considered the question. "If I hold on to the bowl after it is made," he said, "I lose my hands for the next one." This is how Renji lived, making, releasing, shaping, then letting the shape go. When we hear a story like this, it can sound distant, like something meant for a quieter time, or for people with fewer responsibilities. But letting go is not about leaving life behind. It is about meeting life without clenched fists. We hold on in many small ways. We hold on to conversations after they are finished. We hold on to mistakes long after they can be corrected. We hold on to plans that no longer fit the day we are living. And often, we don't realize how tightly we are holding until our hands are tired. Letting go does not mean we stop caring. Renji cared deeply about his bowls. He worked with attention and respect. But when a bowl was finished, he did not carry it around in his mind. When it broke, he did not argue with the clay. In our own lives, we may notice how often we replay what has already happened. A sentence we wish we had not said. A silence we wish we had filled. A choice that turned out differently than we hoped. We may tell ourselves that holding on will keep us safe. That if we keep thinking, keep revisiting, something will finally resolve. But most of the time, this kind of holding only keeps us busy. Letting go is quieter than we expect. It is not a decision made once. It happens again and again, in small moments, like setting something down when we realize we no longer need to carry it. Renji did not announce that he was letting go. He simply returned to the wheel. There is another story from a different place. In a coastal town where the sea was rarely still, there lived a woman named Malin who repaired fishing nets. Her hands were quick, her eyes sharp. Fishermen trusted her work because their livelihoods depended on it. Malin sat near the harbor each morning, mending torn nets as boats came and went. The sound of water against wood was constant. So was the wind. One day, a young fisherman named Toru came to her with a net so tangled and torn that it barely resembled its original shape. He placed it at her feet with a sigh. "This net has been with me since my first season," Toru said. "I don't want to replace it." Malin examined the net. She pulled at the knots, traced the breaks with her fingers. After a while, she shook her head. "I can mend it," she said, "but it will not be the same net." Toru frowned. "I want it to be the same." Malin smiled gently. "Then you want something the sea does not give back." She worked on the net for hours. When she finished, it was functional again. Strong, even. But the pattern had changed. New rope crossed old rope. The shape was different. Toru looked at it and felt a pang of loss. "It's not what it was," he said. Malin nodded. "No, but it is what it is now." Years later, after many seasons had passed, Toru would remember that day. he would realize that none of his nets had remained the same for long. Neither had his boat. Neither had he. We often believe that letting go means losing something precious. But more often, it means releasing our demand that things remain unchanged. We want our relationships to stay as they were at their best moments. We want our energy to be what it once was. We want our understanding to stay clear, our purpose steady. But life does not hold still for us to admire it. Letting go, in this sense, is not resignation. It is cooperation. It is seeing what is already happening and choosing not to fight it. Malin did not scold Toru for his attachment to the old net. She understood it. She simply showed him that clinging to what was no longer possible would leave him with nothing usable at all. In our own nights, especially when the world grows quiet, we may notice how much we want things to return to an earlier shape. We may long for a conversation to go differently, for a chapter to reopen, for a version of ourselves that felt lighter. At night, these thoughts can seem louder. The mind, no longer occupied, brings them forward. This is not a problem. It is simply what minds do. Letting go does not require pushing these thoughts away. It happens when we stop feeding them with resistance, when we allow them to pass. Like boats in a harbor, we do not need to board. There is a final story for now. In a mountain temple, high above the fields, lived an elderly monk named Shuren. Shuren had been at the temple longer than anyone could remember. He swept the paths, tended the garden, and welcomed visitors with a quiet nod. Students often came to Shuren with questions. They wanted answers that would change their lives. They wanted clarity, certainty, peace. One evening, a student named Kiva approached Shuren as the light faded. "I am trying to let go," Kiva said, "but I don't know how. The more I try, the more tense I become." Shuren listened. Then he pointed to a lantern hanging nearby. "When the oil runs out," he said, "does the flame struggle to disappear?" Kiva watched the lantern. The flame flickered, then steadied. "It just goes out," Kiva said. Shuren nodded. Letting go is not something the flame does. It is something that happens when holding is no longer possible. Kiva thought about this for a long time. We often approach letting go as a task, something to accomplish. We tighten our effort around the idea of release, not noticing the contradiction. But letting go is more like noticing when our grip has already loosened, like realizing we no longer think about a worry, that once consumed us. Like discovering that something we feared losing has, in fact, lost its hold on us. Tonight, we are not practicing letting go. We are simply keeping it company. We are listening to how it shows up in ordinary lives, in bowls that break, in nets that change, in flames that fade without complaint. You may find that understanding drifts closer, or that it stays at a distance. Either is fine. The night is long. There is no rush. We can rest here, together, in the simple truth that nothing needs to be forced, and nothing needs to be carried beyond its time. As the night continues, it is natural for the edges of the day to soften. Thoughts that were sharp may become rounded. Concerns that felt urgent may lose some of their weight. This, too, is a kind of letting go that happens on its own, without effort. There is another story that comes to us from a wide plain where the land stretches far enough that the horizon seems to breathe. In that place lived a farmer named Eshan. Eshan grew barley, season after season, on the same plot of land his family had tended for generations. He knew the soil well. He knew where the water pooled after rain, where the wind cut hardest, where the ground stayed warm, longest into the evening. One year, the rains did not come as expected. The sky stayed clear. The earth hardened. Eshan worked longer hours, adjusting irrigation channels, carrying water by hand when he had to. He told himself that if he tried hard enough, he could make the season turn out as planned. Neighbors offered help, but Eshan often waved them away. "I just need to hold things together a little longer," he said. As the weeks passed, his harvest dwindled. The barley grew thin and uneven. Eshan's frustration grew heavier with each day. One afternoon, an older neighbor named Virel stopped by unannounced. Virel had farmed nearby for decades and had seen many seasons fail and many recover. Virel walked the field slowly, then sat on a stone at the edge of the land. "You are fighting the year," Virel said. Eshan wiped his hands on his clothes. "If I stop fighting, everything will be lost." Virel shook his head gently. "Some things are already lost. The question is whether you will lose yourself with them." That evening, Eshan did something he had not done in weeks. He stopped early. He sat on the ground and watched the light fade over the fields. The crops did not change. The season did not reverse. But something in Eshan loosened. The next day, he accepted his neighbor's help. He adjusted his plans for the winter. The harvest was small, but he endured. Years later, Eshan would say that season taught him more than any abundant one. Not because of the loss itself, but because of the moment he stopped demanding that the year obey him. When we listen to this story, we might recognize ourselves in Ishan. The way we push, even when pushing no longer helps. The way we equate letting go with giving up, as if they were the same thing. But letting go does not mean we stop responding. It means we stop insisting that reality follow our script. Often, we hold on because we are afraid of what will happen if we do not. Afraid that things will fall apart. Afraid that we will be exposed as powerless. Yet, as Eshan discovered, some seasons do not respond to effort. They respond to acceptance. Acceptance, in this sense, is not approval. It is recognition. At night, especially, this can matter. The mind reviews the day and looks for loose ends. It wants closure. It wants certainty. But the night rarely provides answers. It offers something else instead: space. Letting go can happen in that space, quietly, as we realize we do not need to solve everything before resting. There is another story, smaller and closer. In a town known for its narrow streets, there lived a bookbinder named Leora. Her shop was filled with the scent of paper and glue. She repaired old books, some so fragile they seemed to breathe when opened. Leora loved her work. But there was one book she struggled with. It had been brought to her by a scholar named Pethan, who insisted it be restored exactly as it had been. The book's spine was cracked. Its pages were stained. Time had left its mark deeply. "I want it to look untouched," Pethan said. Leora tried. She cleaned, reinforced, replaced what she could. But the book resisted perfection. Each repair made some other flaw more visible. After weeks of careful work, Leora finally called Pethan back to the shop. She placed the book on the counter. "This is as far as I can take it," she said. Pethan examined the book and frowned. "It still shows its age." "Yes," Leora replied, "because it has lived." Pethan hesitated. "I wanted it preserved." "It is preserved," Leora said softly. "Just not frozen." Pethan left with the book, uncertain. But months later, he returned. He told Leora that he had begun to notice something new while reading it. The stains no longer bothered him. They reminded him that the words had traveled through many hands before his own. We often want to preserve moments, people, or versions of ourselves exactly as they were. We want to hold them still, untouched by time. But life moves through us, whether we agree or not. Letting go is learning how to move with it, rather than bracing against it. This does not mean we stop caring about quality or meaning or depth. Leora cared deeply about the book, but she did not confuse care with control. In our own lives, this confusion can create great tension. We care about our work, our relationships, our health, and because we care, we try to manage every detail, anticipate every outcome. At night, the mind may replay these efforts. It may search for what we missed, what we should have done differently. Letting go here does not mean dismissing these thoughts. It means allowing them to pass without gripping them, like pages turning on their own. There is another story that belongs to the quiet hours. In a riverside village, there lived a ferryman named Ansel. Ansel had spent most of his life guiding people across the wide, slow-moving river. He knew its currents well. He knew when to row hard and when to let the water carry the boat. One evening, a traveler named Myron boarded the ferry just as a thick fog began to rise. The far shore disappeared from view. Myron grew anxious. "Can you still cross in this?" Myron asked. Ansel nodded. "The river has not changed." "But we cannot see," Myron said. Ansel dipped his oar into the water. "I do not need to see the whole river," he said. "Only where the boat is now." They crossed in silence. The fog thickened, then thinned. When they reached the far shore, Myron felt a wave of relief. "I held my breath the whole way," Myron admitted. Ansel smiled. "The river carried us whether you held your breath or not." This story reminds us how often we tense against what is already happening, how we hold ourselves rigid, believing that our tension is necessary. But much of life carries us regardless. Time passes. The night deepens. The body knows how to rest, even when the mind resists. Letting go here is like exhaling after realizing we were holding our breath without reason. You may notice moments tonight when attention drifts, when a sentence slips past without being fully heard. This is not failure. It is a sign that holding is loosening. We are not trying to stay alert. We are not trying to fall asleep. We are simply allowing the night to do what nights have always done. There is one more story for now. In a hillside village, there lived a woman named Sarah who wove cloth. Her loom stood by a window that looked out over olive trees. She wove slowly, carefully, choosing each thread with intention. One year, her eyesight began to fade. Threads blurred. Patterns became harder to follow. Sarah grew frustrated. She tightened her grip on the shuttle, worked longer hours, strained to maintain the same precision. Her daughter, Elin, noticed the strain. "You don't have to weave the same way," Elin said. "This is how I've always done it," Sarah replied. One afternoon, Sarah made a mistake she could not correct. The pattern broke. She sat back, exhausted. After a long while, she began again, this time choosing simpler designs. The cloth was different, less intricate, but it held warmth. It held care. Over time, Sarah found a new rhythm, one that fit the hands and eyes she had now, not the ones she remembered. Letting go is often like this, not dramatic, not announced, just a quiet adjustment to what is true. We let go of how we thought things should be and make room for how they are. Tonight, we are surrounded by small examples of this. The way the body settles without instruction. The way thoughts slow when they are no longer chased. Nothing is being demanded of us. We are simply here, listening, allowing the night to unfold, trusting that letting go does not require force, only patience, and a willingness to stop insisting. And so, we continue, gently, into the remaining hours, carrying nothing extra, allowing whatever is ready to loosen its grip. As the hours deepen, the world seems to agree to become quieter. Even places that were loud during the day now speak in softer tones. This softening is not something we cause. It happens when the need to be sharp fades. There is another story from a town built along a long, winding road. In that town lived a courier named Jalen. Jalen carried messages between villages, traveling the same routes week after week. He knew every bend in the road, every place where stones loosened after rain. Jalen took pride in his speed. He believed a good courier arrived early, never late. He measured his worth in minutes saved. One winter, a heavy snowfall came earlier than expected. The road narrowed, progress slowed. Jalen pushed himself harder, slipping, stumbling, arriving exhausted. One evening, as darkness fell, Jalen stopped at a roadside shelter. Inside sat an older courier named Mavek, warming his hands by a small fire. "You're late," Mavek said calmly. Jalen bristled. "The road is worse than usual." Mavek nodded. "Then you are exactly on time." Jalen frowned. "That makes no sense." Mavek stirred the fire. "Time changes when the road changes. Holding the old measure only makes the journey heavier. Jalen stayed the night. The next morning, he traveled more slowly. He noticed how the snow softened the landscape, how the road revealed itself step by step. He still arrived. Nothing essential was lost. We often carry old measures into new conditions. We expect ourselves to move at the same pace, produce the same results, feel the same clarity, even when the road beneath us has changed. Letting go sometimes means releasing the standards that no longer fit the terrain we are crossing. At night, this can be especially important. We may judge ourselves for not sleeping quickly, for not feeling calm, for not being able to stop thinking. But the night is not asking us to perform. It is offering us shelter. There is another story, quieter still. In a lakeside village, there lived a man named Oren who repaired clocks. His workshop was filled with ticking, each sound slightly out of sync with the others. Oren believed time should be respected. He worked carefully, adjusting gears, cleaning springs, restoring order. One day, a woman named Tessa brought him a clock that no longer ticked at all. It had belonged to her father. She asked Oren to fix it. Oren examined the clock and saw that its inner workings were worn beyond repair. He could replace them, but the clock would no longer be original. He told Tessa this. She listened, then said, "It doesn't need to keep time. I just want it to stay with me." Oren was puzzled, but he cleaned the clock, polished its case, and returned it without repairing the mechanism. Weeks later, Tessa returned to thank him. "It sits on my shelf," she said. "When I look at it, I remember evenings when the house was full." Oren realized then that not everything needed to function as it once had to still hold meaning. We often treat ourselves like broken clocks. We focus on what no longer works, what no longer moves as it should. We forget that presence does not depend on productivity. Letting go can mean releasing the demand that every part of us be useful all the time. The night understands this. It does not ask us to be efficient. It allows us to simply be. There is another story from a forest village where the paths were narrow and often overgrown. A woodcutter named Halrin walked these paths daily. He cut only what was needed, leaving young trees to grow. He knew the forest well. One autumn, a storm passed through, leaving fallen branches everywhere. The paths were blocked. Travel became difficult. Villagers began clearing the debris aggressively, eager to restore order. Halrin worked more slowly. He watched where water flowed, where new growth already began. A villager named Kiro grew impatient. "Why don't you clear everything at once?" Kiro asked. Halrin replied, "Some fallen branches protect the soil. Some guide the water. If we remove everything, we remove more than obstacles." In time, the forest adjusted. New paths formed naturally. The old ones shifted. Letting go, here, was not neglect. It was discernment. In our own lives, we may try to clear everything that feels uncomfortable. We remove pauses, silence, uncertainty. But not all obstacles are meant to be eliminated. Some shape us. Some slow us, just enough to notice where we are. At night, when the mind meets quiet, it may try to fill it, to clear it, to manage it. But quiet does not require management. There is another story that belongs to the late hours. In a small desert settlement lived a water-keeper named Naren. Naren monitored wells, measured levels, and rationed carefully during dry seasons. One year, a drought lasted longer than expected. Anxiety spread. People watched the wells closely. Naren began checking the water constantly, adjusting rations daily. He slept poorly, fearing depletion. An elder named Rava noticed his strain. "You cannot watch water into appearing," Rava said. Naren replied, "If I stop watching, it will run out." Rava shook their head. "It will run out when it runs out. Watching only drains you first." Naren eventually learned to trust the rhythms he had already set. The drought ended when it ended. Letting go, sometimes, is releasing vigilance that has outlived its usefulness. At night, vigilance often lingers. The mind keeps watch, scanning for threats that are no longer present. It can be comforting to remember that not everything needs supervision. There is another story from a river town at the edge of trade routes. A merchant named Lucan kept careful records. He tracked profits, losses, inventories. He believed control ensured safety. One evening, a fire broke out in a neighboring warehouse. Lucan rushed to help. By the time it was extinguished, some goods were lost. Lucan was shaken. He reviewed his records obsessively, searching for reassurance. An associate named Brisa said to him, "Your ledgers cannot prevent fire." Lucan replied, "They help me feel prepared." Brisa said, "Preparedness is useful, but clinging to it will not stop change. Lucan eventually realized that certainty was an illusion he kept polished. Letting go is often the gradual recognition that some things were never in our hands to begin with. This realization can feel unsettling at first, but it also brings relief. At night, when control loosens naturally, we can sense this relief. We do not need to solve tomorrow tonight. We do not need to account for every possibility. The body knows how to rest even when the mind hesitates. There is one more story before we drift onward. In a hilltop village, there lived a bell ringer named Yoren. Each morning and evening, Yoren rang the bell to mark the hours. He believed precision mattered. He rang the bell at the exact moment, every day. One winter, the bell rope frayed. One morning, it snapped. The bell remained silent. Yoren panicked. He feared the village would lose its rhythm. But the day unfolded as usual. People worked, ate, rested. Some noticed the silence, others did not. When the rope was repaired days later, Yoren rang the bell again. Life continued. Yoren learned that the bell did not hold time together. It only marked what was already moving. Letting go is learning that some roles we cling to are not as essential as we believe. We are allowed to rest from holding things together. Tonight, nothing depends on us staying alert. Nothing collapses if we drift. The night carries its own rhythm. We are simply listening together, allowing the gentle understanding that letting go is not an act of will, but a natural easing, like the quiet that comes when the bell stops ringing, and life continues just the same. As the night moves on, there is often a sense that time itself has softened. Minutes lose their sharp edges. Hours no longer stand apart so clearly. This, too, is a quiet invitation to let go of measuring, of counting, of tracking where we are supposed to be. There is a story from a hillside town where the roofs were made of slate, and the mornings often arrived wrapped in mist. In that town lived a baker named Corin. Corin rose early each day to prepare bread for the village. He measured carefully, followed the same steps he had learned as an apprentice many years before. One season, the flour began arriving from a different mill. The texture was slightly coarser. The dough behaved differently. Corin noticed immediately. He adjusted his methods, but the loaves came out uneven. Some were too dense. Others rose too quickly and collapsed. Corin grew frustrated. He stayed later each night, reworking recipes, chasing consistency. One evening, an old customer named Selma stopped by the bakery. She had bought bread from Corin for decades. "These loaves are different," Selma said, smiling. Corin sighed, not in a good way. Selma broke a piece of bread and tasted it. "They remind me of when I was young," she said. "Back when nothing was quite the same from one day to the next." Corin paused. He had been so focused on restoring what was familiar that he had not considered that something new was already forming. Over time, he learned to work with the new flour rather than against it. The bread changed. The village accepted it. Life went on. We often resist small changes more fiercely than large ones. A slight shift in routine, a subtle difference in how something feels, these can provoke a surprising amount of tension. Letting go does not always mean releasing something dramatic. Sometimes it is simply allowing a thing to be slightly different than before. At night, this can show up as discomfort with unfamiliar quiet. The absence of noise, of tasks, of distractions can feel strange. But strangeness does not mean danger. It often means we have entered a new space. There is another story from a coastal cliff where the sea met rock with steady patience. A lighthouse keeper named Isam lived there alone for many years. Each night, he lit the lamp and watched the beam sweep across the water. Isam believed his vigilance kept sailors safe. He watched constantly, scanning for signs of trouble. One stormy night, exhausted, he fell asleep before dawn. The light continued to turn on its mechanism, but Isam did not watch. When he awoke, fear rushed through him. He scanned the horizon, expecting disaster. There was none. The ships had passed. The light had done its work. Over time, Isam realized that while his presence mattered, not every moment required his attention. The systems he trusted could carry on without his constant oversight. We often overestimate how much depends on our vigilance. We keep watch long after it is necessary. At night, the habit of watching can persist. The mind stays alert, scanning for problems that do not require immediate action. Letting go here is learning to trust what continues even when we rest. There is another story, smaller, almost ordinary. In a narrow valley lived a woman named Perel, who collected stones. She did not collect them for beauty or value. She collected them because each reminded her of a place she had walked, a moment she had lived. Her home filled with stones, shelves sagged under their weight, paths through her rooms narrowed. One day, a friend named Thomas visited. He admired the stones, then asked, Do you remember where each came from? Peril hesitated. Some she did. Others had blurred together. Thomas said gently, "If the memory has gone, what remains?" Peril thought about this long after Thomas left. Slowly, over many months, she returned some stones to the places they came from. She kept a few that still spoke clearly to her. Her home grew lighter. Her steps became easier. We often hold on to things long after their meaning has faded, simply because we once cared. Letting go is not disrespect. It is honesty. At night, memories may surface without invitation. Some feel vivid. Others feel heavy but indistinct. We do not need to keep them all close. Some can be acknowledged and then allowed to settle back into the dark. There is another story from a river delta where paths shifted with the seasons. A boat builder named Nalo worked there, crafting small vessels suited to shallow waters. He learned to build boats that could be easily repaired, easily adjusted. A young apprentice named Evan asked him one day, "Why don't you build boats that last forever?" Nalo laughed softly. "Because the river does not." Nalo explained that boats built too rigidly cracked when the channel shifted. Flexibility was not weakness. It was survival. We often admire durability, but we forget the value of adaptability. Letting go is what allows us to bend without breaking. At night, when the mind loosens, this adaptability becomes possible. Thoughts shift. Emotions soften. The rigid structures of the day relax. We do not have to force this. It happens when we stop insisting on holding shape. There is another story from a high plateau where shepherds guided their flocks across open land. A shepherd named Caleb believed he had to guide every step. He stayed alert, directing constantly, correcting every deviation. An older shepherd named Riso watched him one day and said, "You are exhausting yourself." Caleb replied, "If I don't guide them, they will wander." Riso pointed to the flock. They wander anyway. The land teaches them where to go. Over time, Caleb learned to walk with the flock rather than ahead of it. He still guided when needed, but he no longer fought the natural flow. We often try to lead our own thoughts this way, steering them constantly, correcting every turn. But the mind, like a flock, finds its way more easily when not overmanaged. At night, wandering thoughts are not a failure. They are a sign that control is easing. There is another story from a city built around a central well. A water carrier named Sivan made his living carrying water from the well to households. He prided himself on efficiency. One year, pipes were installed. water flowed directly into homes. Sivan's work was no longer needed. At first, he felt lost. His identity had been tied to his task. Over time, he discovered other ways to serve. He repaired pipes. He helped maintain the well. Letting go, here, meant releasing a role without losing purpose. We often cling to identities that no longer fit, fearing that without them, we will disappear. But identity, like water, finds new channels. At night, when roles dissolve temporarily, we can sense this truth. We are not only what we do. There is another story from a mountain pass used by traders. A guide named Orim led caravans safely through the pass for years. He knew every hazard. One winter, an avalanche altered the route. Orim insisted on using the old path. He believed his knowledge depended on it. A younger guide named Feya suggested a new route. Orim resisted. Eventually, he followed. The new path was safer. Orim learned that expertise becomes a burden when it refuses to update. Letting go of certainty allowed him to remain useful. At night, certainty often dissolves. Questions lose urgency. Answers feel less solid. This can feel unsettling, but it is also freeing. We do not need to know everything before resting. There is another story, gentle and brief. In a quiet village lived a gardener named Ilra, who tended a small courtyard. She watered, pruned, and watched the seasons pass. One year, she fell ill and could not tend the garden as before. Weeds grew. Plants leaned where they wished. When she returned, she found unexpected beauty. Flowers she had never planted appeared. Ilra smiled. "The garden has its own ideas," she said. We often underestimate how much can flourish without our constant intervention. Letting go allows space for surprises. Tonight, as the hours pass, we may feel ourselves drifting between listening and not listening, between thought and silence. This drifting is not something to correct. It is the natural result of releasing the need to stay anchored. We are not holding anything together here. We are simply allowing the night to carry us, trusting that what needs to loosen will do so in its own time, without force, without instruction, in the quiet companionship of shared stories and shared rest. As the night settles further, there is often a sense that the world has stepped back slightly, leaving more space between things. Sounds arrive from farther away. Thoughts do not insist on being followed. This widening is gentle. and it asks nothing of us. There is a story from a plain where the wind moved freely, shaping the grass into long, quiet waves. In that place lived a kite maker named Joran. Joran built kites of all kinds, small ones for children, large ones for festivals. He understood wind better than most. He knew when it would lift and when it would refuse. One spring, Joran decided to build his finest kite yet. He chose the strongest frame, the lightest fabric. He reinforced every joint, certain that strength would ensure success. When the kite was finished, he took it out onto the plain. The wind was steady. He released the line. The kite struggled. It lifted briefly, then dipped. The reinforced frame resisted the wind's movement. No matter how Joran adjusted, it would not rise smoothly. Days later, a young neighbor named Avon watched Joran work. "Why is this kite so heavy?" Avon asked. "So it won't break," Joran replied. Avon considered this, then said, "The ones that fly best are the ones that bend." Joran went back to his workshop. He loosened the frame, replaced rigid parts with flexible ones. When he returned to the plain, the kite rose easily, carried by the same wind that had resisted it before. We often build our lives like that first kite. We reinforce, strengthen, tighten, believing this will keep us safe. But rigidity does not always protect us. Sometimes it keeps us grounded when we could be carried. Letting go, in this sense, is allowing ourselves to bend with what is already moving. At night, rigidity can show up as effort. Effort to stay awake, effort to fall asleep, effort to understand. But understanding, like sleep, arrives more easily when we stop bracing against it. There is another story from a hillside where stone steps led up to a small shrine. A caretaker named Balin swept those steps each morning. He believed cleanliness honored the place. One autumn, leaves fell constantly. No matter how often Balin swept, the steps filled again. A visitor named Mira watched him work late into the evening. "You will never finish," Mira said gently. Balin replied, "Then I will sweep as long as there are leaves." Mira smiled. "The leaves are not disrespect. They are the season." Balin paused. The next morning, he swept once, then stopped. The shrine did not change. The quiet remained. Letting go does not mean abandoning care. It means recognizing when effort no longer adds meaning. At night, the mind may continue sweeping, reviewing, correcting, planning. It does this out of habit, not necessity. We do not need to stop it forcefully. We can simply notice when it grows tired on its own. There is another story from a village known for its music. A violin maker named Thrall crafted instruments that were sought after far beyond the village. His violins were clear, resonant. One year, Thrall injured his hand. His movements became less precise. He worried his work would suffer. As he continued crafting, he noticed something unexpected. The instruments sounded warmer, less sharp, more forgiving. Musicians began to comment on the change. These feel easier to play, they said. Thrall realized that in losing some control, he had gained something else. We often equate control with quality, but sometimes control strips away warmth. Letting go can soften us in ways that deepen connection. At night, softness is not a weakness. It is what allows rest. There is another story. From a mountain lake where the water reflected the sky with startling clarity. A painter named Soren came to capture the reflection. He wanted the image to be perfect. Each morning, he set up his canvas, only to be frustrated by ripples, a breeze, a fish, a passing bird. Something always disturbed the surface. After many days, Soren sat back, exhausted. An elder named Nima, who lived nearby, watched him. "You are painting the lake," Nima said, "but you are angry at water." Soren laughed quietly. He began painting the ripples instead of fighting them. The result surprised him. The painting felt alive. We often want stillness because we believe it will bring clarity. But clarity does not require stillness. It requires honesty. Letting go is allowing things to be as they are, not as we wish them to be. At night, thoughts may ripple, images may come and go. This movement does not prevent rest. It is part of it. There is another story. From a border town where travelers paused before crossing into new lands. An innkeeper named Elda ran a simple place. She welcomed all kinds of guests. Some stayed one night. Some stayed longer. Elda never asked why guests came or where they were going. She prepared rooms, shared meals, and wished them well. A traveler named Kiro once asked her, "Do you ever get attached to the people who stay here?" Elda replied, "I care for them while they are here. I do not try to keep them." The inn thrived. Travelers returned often, not because they were held, but because they were welcomed. We sometimes try to hold experiences this way. We want to keep moments, feelings, people close. But holding too tightly turns welcome into confinement. Letting go is what allows return. At night, experiences pass through us like travelers. Thoughts arrive. Sensations arise. None need to be detained. There is another story from a town built around a marketplace. A trader named Vasan specialized in rare goods. He watched trends closely, adjusting his stock. One season, demand shifted suddenly. Items he had stored carefully were no longer wanted. Vasan hesitated to change. He waited, believing demand would return. It did not. Eventually, he released old stock, made room for new goods. His business recovered. We often wait for things to return to how they were, even when change is already complete. Letting go is accepting that waiting is also a choice. At night, waiting can feel heavy. Waiting for sleep. Waiting for quiet. But the night does not need us to wait. It unfolds regardless. There is another story from a river bend where children often played. A bridgekeeper named Doran maintained a small wooden bridge. He inspected it daily, repairing loose boards. One year, a larger bridge was built upstream. Traffic shifted. Doran's bridge was used less. At first, he felt useless. He continued inspecting obsessively. Over time, he noticed that fewer repairs were needed. The bridge rested. Doran learned that usefulness changes, and rest is part of function. We often forget that we are allowed to be less needed at times. Letting go of constant usefulness can be deeply relieving. At night, no one needs us. This can feel strange, even uncomfortable. But it is also a gift. There is another story from a vineyard on a gentle slope. A vintner named Pale pruned his vines carefully each year. He believed growth depended on his guidance. One season, illness kept him away. The vines grew wild. When he returned, he expected ruin. Instead, he found abundance. The grapes were different, but rich. Pale learned that life does not pause in our absence. Letting go of constant management allows life to express itself. At night, management relaxes naturally. Systems continue without our direction. There is another story from a coastal town where tides shaped daily life. A tide watcher named Lenore recorded levels meticulously. He believed predicting tides would give him peace. Over time, he realized that prediction did not prevent change. It only documented it. Lenore eventually watched without recording. The sea remained the same. We often confuse knowing with controlling. Letting go is understanding that observation does not require ownership. Tonight, as listening becomes softer, we may notice that understanding arrives not as conclusions, but as ease. Ease does not announce itself. It is felt when effort fades. We are not moving toward anything. We are simply allowing what has been held to rest. The night continues, steady and patient, carrying us forward without asking us to steer, reminding us through story after story that letting go is not a loss of ground, but a return to balance, where nothing needs to be grasped and nothing needs to be kept awake. As the night moves quietly along, there can be a feeling that effort itself has begun to loosen. Not because we decided it should, but because effort grows tired when it is no longer needed. The world does not resist this softening. It welcomes it. There is a story from a town built beside a long canal where barges moved slowly and patiently. In that town lived a rope maker named Havel. He twisted fibers together all day, creating ropes of different thickness and strength. He took pride in his work. His ropes were trusted to hold cargo, secure boats, support weight. Havel believed tension was essential. Without tension, he would say, nothing holds. One year, his hands began to ache. Twisting fibers tightly became painful. He tried to ignore it, tightening his grip even more, forcing his hands to work as they always had. A visiting craftsman named Odell watched him struggle. "You are twisting too hard," Odell said. Havel frowned. "If I loosen, the rope will fail." Odell picked up a finished rope and bent it gently. A rope that is too tight snaps. Strength comes from balance. Reluctantly, Havel experimented. He eased his grip slightly, allowed the fibers to settle together rather than forcing them. The ropes remained strong. His hands hurt less. Havel learned that holding does not require strain. We often confuse effort with effectiveness. We tighten around our days, our thoughts, our emotions, believing that if we relax, everything will unravel. But much of what holds us together does not need force. It needs allowance. At night, the body understands this before the mind does. Muscles release. Systems shift into quieter modes. We do not need to supervise this process. There is another story. From a village near a wide marsh where paths changed with the seasons. A pathfinder named Kizan guided travelers safely through the wetlands. He memorized landmarks, counted steps, marked routes carefully. One year, heavy rains altered the marsh. Familiar markers disappeared. Keeson tried to follow old paths anyway. Travel became difficult. Travelers grew anxious. A younger guide named Lethra suggested following the water's movement instead of fixed markers. "The marsh tells you where it wants you to walk," she said. At first, Keeson resisted. His knowledge felt threatened. Eventually, he followed Lethra's approach. Travel became smoother. Keeson realized that his maps had become outdated, not useless, but incomplete. Letting go often means releasing certainty that once served us well. At night, certainty loosens naturally. Questions feel less demanding. Answers feel less necessary. We do not have to know where every thought leads. There is another story from a hillside orchard where fruit trees grew unevenly. An orchard keeper named Sorev pruned aggressively. He wanted uniform rows, predictable yields. One season, a storm damaged part of the orchard. Some trees grew crooked. Others fruited irregularly. Sorev worked tirelessly to restore order, but his efforts left him exhausted. An elder neighbor named Malin walked the orchard with him. "The trees are not broken," Malin said. "They are responding." Sorev eventually pruned less, observed more. The orchard became varied, but resilient. We often want our lives to look orderly from the outside. We want symmetry, predictability. But life grows in response to conditions, not ideals. Letting go is allowing growth to be uneven without labeling it failure. At night, unevenness is everywhere. Thoughts fragment. Memories appear out of sequence. This is not disorder. It is the mind settling. There is another story from a stone quarry where labor was heavy and loud during the day. A stone cutter named Ivar shaped blocks for buildings. His work was precise. He believed mistakes could not be tolerated. One afternoon, his chisel slipped, leaving a mark where none was intended. Ivar cursed his fatigue. An architect named Jessa examined the stone and said, "That mark gives it character. We'll place it where it can be seen." Ivar was surprised. He had believed perfection was invisible. Letting go sometimes reveals that flaws are not always defects. At night, imperfections surface unfinished thoughts, unresolved feelings. They do not need correction. They can simply exist. There is another story from a desert road where travelers often misjudged distance. A guide named Tarek led caravans through the heat. He timed journeys carefully to avoid exhaustion. One year, illness slowed him. He worried he would endanger others. A fellow guide named Yana walked beside him and said, "We will adjust." They rested more often. They traveled shorter distances. They arrived safely. Tarek learned that pace is not fixed. We often set expectations for ourselves based on who we were at another time. Letting go means allowing pace to change without shame. At night, pace naturally slows. We do not need to hurry into rest. There is another story. From a fishing village where nets dried on wooden frames. A net mender named Pharrell repaired tiers carefully. He believed every net could be restored. One day, a net arrived that was too damaged. Farrell worked on it endlessly, refusing to stop. A fisherman named Juro said, "This net has given all it can." Pharrell finally let it go. He felt relief mixed with sadness. We often struggle to release things that have served us well. Letting go honors what was, without demanding it continue. At night, many tools of the day rest. Attention rests. Effort rests. Nothing is wasted. There is another story, from a river crossing where a toll was once collected. A toll keeper named Bran collected fees for years. One day, the toll was removed. The crossing became free. Bran felt purposeless. He stayed by the bridge anyway, watching people pass. Over time, travelers began stopping to talk. Bran became a source of stories, directions, kindness. Letting go of one role allowed another to appear. At night, roles loosen, titles fade. We become simply present. This simplicity can feel unfamiliar, but it is gentle. There is another story, from a mountain trail used by pilgrims. A caretaker named Elzen maintained the path. He repaired steps, cleared debris. One winter, snow covered everything. Maintenance was impossible. Elson worried the path would be lost. When the snow melted, the trail remained. It had rested. We often fear that if we stop maintaining, everything will disappear. But much endures without constant attention. At night, we stop maintaining. Life continues. There is another story, from a town square where a storyteller named Maro spoke daily. Maro prepared carefully, crafting words, rehearsing delivery. One evening, he fell ill and spoke without preparation. His story wandered. He paused often. Listeners leaned in. They felt closer to him. Maro realized that polish is not the same as connection. Letting go can bring authenticity. At night, Polish fades. What remains is enough. There is another story from a hillside farm where goats grazed freely. A herder named Quinn tried to control every movement. He whistled constantly, directing. An older herder named Sula watched and said, "They know where grass grows." Quinn relaxed. The goats fed peacefully. We often overdirect ourselves. Letting go is trusting basic instincts. At night, instincts guide rest. There is another story from a harbor where anchors were forged. A smith named Doram forged heavy anchors. He believed heavier meant safer. One anchor sank too deeply, trapping a ship. Doram learned that holding too tightly can become a problem. Anchors are meant to hold temporarily. Letting go recognizes when it is time to lift. At night, anchors loosen. We drift safely. There is another story from a valley where bells marked time. A bellkeeper named Fen rang bells precisely. When the bell cracked, silence followed. Life continued. Fen learned that silence does not erase rhythm. At night, silence holds us. As these stories pass, like footsteps fading down a road, there is nothing to collect, nothing to keep. They are companions, not lessons to master. Letting go is already happening in small ways, in the space between words, in the way attention drifts and returns less urgently. We are not doing this. It is being done. The night remains steady, carrying us without demand, reminding us again and again that release does not require instruction, only time, and the permission to stop holding what no longer needs to be held. As the night stretches on, there can be a sense that even the idea of continuing has softened. The hours do not ask us to keep up. They move on their own, quietly, without checking whether we are paying attention. This is one of the night's great kindnesses. There is a story from a valley where fog often lingered well into the morning. In that valley lived a glassblower named Tevin. Tevin worked with molten glass, shaping it with breath and careful turns. His work required attention, but also patience. Glass, he often said, could not be rushed. One winter, Tevin began to worry about his hands. They shook slightly when he was tired. He noticed it most at night, when the workshop was quiet. He started gripping his tools more tightly, trying to compensate. The glass resisted him. Pieces cracked more often. Frustration crept in. A fellow glassblower named Aris watched one evening and said, "You are fighting the glass." Tevin replied, "If I don't control it, it will collapse." Aris shook his head. glass collapses when it's not listened to. Taven tried loosening his grip, letting the glass's weight guide his movements. The shaking in his hands mattered less. The forms became simpler, but more balanced. He learned that control was not the same as guidance. We often respond to change by tightening. When something feels uncertain, we grip harder, believing effort will compensate. But effort, when applied without listening, often increases strain. At night, the mind may do this too. It may notice tiredness and respond with tension. Trying to stay upright when lying down would suffice. Letting go is not collapse. It is alignment. There is another story from a town built along a railway that no longer ran. A signal operator named Darek had once managed the switches. Trains came and went regularly. His work was precise and necessary. When the railway closed, Darek remained in the signal house. He cleaned the levers, oiled the mechanisms, maintained schedules that no longer applied. A visitor named Hessa asked him, "Why do you keep this up?" Darek answered, "If I stop, it will feel like it was all for nothing." Hessa looked at the empty tracks. It mattered when it mattered. Those words stayed with Darek. Slowly, he allowed the signal house to become something else. A place for rest. A place to watch weather roll in. We often maintain habits long after their purpose has passed, not because they are needed, but because releasing them feels like erasing meaning. Letting go does not erase what was. It acknowledges that time moves. At night, many of our daily signals stand idle. Alarms are set aside. Alerts quiet. This is not loss. It is transition. There is another story from a riverbank where reeds grew thick and tall. A reed cutter named Pavan harvested carefully, always leaving enough for regrowth. He knew the balance well. One year, he noticed that some reeds had grown bent and tangled. He considered cutting them all down to restore order. Before he did, a birdwatcher named Leo visited. "Those bent reeds shelter the nests," Leo said. Pavan looked more closely. Life moved within the tangle. He left them standing. We often mistake neatness for health. We want things straight, clear, defined. But life often thrives in what looks messy. Letting go is allowing things to be less tidy than our minds prefer. At night, thoughts may tangle. Memories overlap. Images appear without sequence. This is not something to fix. There is another story from a mountain village where winter lasted long. A woodkeeper named Samal managed the community's firewood. He rationed carefully, fearing scarcity. One year, supplies were abundant. Still, Samuel maintained strict limits, unable to relax. An elder named Ovia said, "Abundance does not need guarding the way scarcity does." Samuel hesitated. He had built his identity around caution. Eventually, he loosened restrictions. Fires burned warmer. No shortage followed. We often continue guarding against past dangers even when conditions have changed. Letting go is noticing when fear is outdated. At night, old fears may surface. They come from other times, other contexts. We do not need to solve them now. There is another story. From a coastal road lined with markers, a marker keeper named Iron repainted distant stones each year. He believed accuracy prevented confusion. One year, storms eroded parts of the road. Distances shifted slightly. Iron insisted on keeping the old numbers. Travelers grew disoriented. A surveyor named Kale updated the markers. Travel became easier. Iron learned that precision must match reality. Letting go of outdated measures brings clarity. At night, our internal measures how alert we should be, how productive no longer apply. We are allowed to release them. There is another story. From a quiet workshop where a toy maker named Bryn carved wooden animals. Bryn aimed for perfection. Each figure had to be smooth, symmetrical. One evening, tired, he carved a small horse with uneven legs. He set it aside. A child named Rama visited the next day and chose that horse. "It looks like it's running," Rama said. Bryn smiled, surprised. We often discard what does not meet our standards, not realizing it holds life for someone else. Letting go of strict judgment can reveal warmth. At night, self-judgment softens naturally. We do not need to evaluate our rest. There is another story. From a mountain spring where water emerged quietly from rock. A water mapper named Thoen charted underground flows. He wanted to understand the source. He traced paths, took measurements, but the spring remained elusive. An old resident named Pela said, "You don't need to know where it comes from to drink." Thoen stopped mapping and sat by the spring. The water was cool, refreshing. We often seek explanations when experience would suffice. Letting go of explanation allows presence. At night, we do not need to know why we feel the way we do. Feeling is enough. There is another story. From a field where scarecrows stood. A farmer named Jarek replaced scarecrows frequently, fearing birds. Over time, birds learned the scarecrows were harmless A neighboring farmer named Nilo said, "They work when you stop adjusting them." Yarek left one standing longer. Birds avoided it again. Sometimes, too much interference undermines purpose. Letting go can restore effectiveness. At night, we interfere less. Systems reset. There is another story from a library where shelves grew crowded. A librarian named Mara believed every book should be kept. Shelves overflowed. Eventually, access became difficult. A visitor named Solvi suggested sharing duplicates with other towns. Mara resisted, then relented. The library breathed again. Letting go creates space. At night, space opens in the mind. Not emptiness, but room. There is another story from a mountain ridge where echoes carried far. A caller named Yeston tested echoes daily, shouting into the valley. One day, his voice failed. He listened instead. He noticed other sounds: the wind, distant water, birds. Letting go of our own voice allows us to hear what was always there. At night, our inner voice quiets. Other rhythms emerge. There is another story from a shoreline where shells collected naturally. A shell sorter named Kova categorized obsessively. One storm mixed everything. Kova sighed, then laughed, seeing new patterns. Letting go of order can reveal beauty. At night, patterns dissolve. We do not need to reassemble them. There is another story from a road where milestones were removed. A traveler named Enric felt lost without them. Eventually, he learned to notice landmarks instead. Letting go of markers sharpens awareness. At night, landmarks fade. We navigate by feel. There is another story from a town clock that chimed incorrectly. A clockwinder named Alan tried to fix it endlessly. A musician named Varo said, "It's become its own rhythm." People adjusted. Letting go allows adaptation. At night, our rhythm shifts. It is allowed. There is another story from a high meadow where snow melted unevenly. A ranger named Huron worried about imbalance. Nature adjusted on its own. Letting go trusts natural correction. At night, balance restores itself without effort. There is another story from a quiet pier. A watcher named Seln counted waves. He lost count and felt relief. Letting go of counting allows immersion. At night, we stop counting minutes. As these stories continue to drift by, like lanterns on a slow river, there is no need to gather them. They are not instructions. They are reminders that release happens in countless ordinary ways. The night carries us gently, showing again and again that nothing essential is lost when we loosen our grip, and that rest is not something we achieve, but something we allow when we stop insisting on staying awake to what can wait until morning. As the night deepens, it may feel as though even the edges of attention have grown less defined. Listening becomes softer. The need to follow each word may come and go. This is not something to correct. It is part of the night's natural movement, like the way shadows lengthen without effort. There is a story from a lowland town where the river split into many small channels before reaching the sea. In that town lived a mapmaker named Oral. Oral devoted his life to drawing the river precisely. He traced each bend, each branch, updating his maps whenever the water shifted. At first, this brought him satisfaction. His maps were admired for their detail. But the river changed often. After heavy rains, new channels formed. Old ones dried up. Oral worked longer hours, chasing accuracy. One evening, a farrier named Bazin studied one of Oral's maps and said, "This shows where the river was." Oral replied, "I will update it tomorrow." Bazin smiled gently. "By tomorrow, it will already be something else." Over time, Oral began drawing fewer lines. He marked general flow rather than exact paths. The maps became less precise, but more useful. We often try to map our lives this way, tracing every possibility, every outcome. But life shifts faster than our maps can keep up. Letting go is allowing direction without insisting on precision. At night, precision loses its value. We are not navigating. We are resting. There is another story from a mountain workshop where bells were cast. A bell maker named Kieran believed the perfect bell required exact measurements. He measured and remeasured, correcting the mold repeatedly. One day, pressed for time, he cast a bell without endless adjustments. The bell rang differently, less sharp, more rounded. Villagers preferred it. Kieran realized that resonance cannot always be engineered. We often believe that if we prepare enough, adjust enough, something will finally feel right. But ease is not built through correction alone. Letting go allows resonance to emerge. At night, resonance is felt more than understood. The quiet hum of being here is enough. There is another story from a high plateau where clouds passed close to the ground. A weather watcher named Tovin recorded patterns obsessively. He predicted storms, tracked shifts, warned villagers. Over time, people relied on him completely. Tovin felt responsible for every outcome. One year, a storm arrived unpredicted. Damage occurred. Tovin felt ashamed. An elder named Saru said to him, "The sky does not consult your notes." Tovin slowly released the weight of responsibility he had placed on himself. Letting go is understanding where our influence ends. At night, influence fades. We are not shaping outcomes. We are simply present. There is another story from a stone bridge that connected two parts of a town. A bridge painter named Elio repainted it every year, maintaining its color. He believed neglect would invite decay. One year, illness kept him away. The paint chipped. The stone showed through. When he returned, he expected criticism. Instead, townspeople admired the weathered look. Elio learned that age does not always need covering. We often try to paint over signs of wear-tiredness, uncertainty, vulnerability. But these, too, are part of being alive. Letting go is allowing wear to show without shame. At night, wear is allowed. No one is judging. There is another story from a quiet road where lanterns once lined the path. A lantern keeper named Vorel lit them each evening. Over time, the town installed fewer lanterns, relying more on moonlight. Vorel worried the road would become unsafe, but travelers adjusted. Their eyes learned the dark. Vorel learned that visibility does not require brightness. At night, clarity does not come from illumination. It comes from familiarity with dimness. Letting go is trusting ourselves in lower light. There is another story from a workshop where a metal polisher named Anik worked. Anik polished surfaces until they shone. He believed shine indicated value. One day, a customer named Freya requested a dull finish. "I don't want it to reflect," she said. "I want it to absorb." Anik was puzzled but complied. The piece felt grounding in the hands. We often seek reflection feedback, validation, reassurance. But sometimes, absorption is what we need. Letting go of reflection allows us to settle. At night, we absorb the quiet rather than reflecting on it. There is another story from a hillside where wind chimes hung from many homes. A chime maker named Loris tuned each one carefully. He wanted harmony across the village. But the wind varied. Chimes rang unpredictably. Loris grew frustrated until a visitor said, "The harmony is in the randomness." Loris listened differently after that. We often try to coordinate our inner voices, align thoughts perfectly. But harmony does not require uniformity. letting go allows sounds to coexist. At night, thoughts may overlap. That is fine. There is another story from a small schoolhouse where a teacher named Halen taught reading. Halen worried when students daydreamed. He believed attention meant learning. One evening, he overheard students recounting stories vividly, details he had thought missed. He realized learning continued even when attention drifted. At night, understanding may still form even when listening softens. There is nothing to miss. There is another story from a field where a fence once stood. A fencekeeper named Torin repaired it constantly. Eventually, the fence was removed. The field remained. Animals grazed peacefully. Torin learned that boundaries change, but space endures. At night, boundaries soften. We are not confined to roles or expectations. There is another story from a coastal path where a lookout named Riven watched the horizon. Riven scanned constantly for ships. One night, exhausted, he stopped scanning and simply looked. He noticed the stars reflected on water. Letting go of purpose revealed beauty. At night, purpose rests, beauty remains. There is another story from a dye house where a dyer named Eshra worked with color. Eshra tried to control shades precisely. Variations frustrated her. One day, she allowed colors to mix freely. The cloth became rich and layered. Letting go of control creates depth. At night, depth replaces sharpness. There is another story from a town where footsteps echoed loudly at night. A guard named Pell walked the streets, counting steps to stay alert. One night, he stopped counting. The echo softened. He felt less alone. Letting go of vigilance can bring comfort. At night, vigilance relaxes. There is another story from a mountain path where cairns marked the way. A hiker named Dema relied on them completely. Fog obscured them. Dema slowed, felt the ground, found the path. Letting go of markers sharpened presence. At night, presence guides rest. There is another story from a workshop where a clockmaker named Vero repaired gears. Vero listened to ticking constantly. One night, he sat in silence. He realized time moved without sound. Letting go of noise reveals continuity. At night, continuity holds us. There is another story from a lakeshore where ripples faded at dusk. A watcher named Naren waited for stillness. It never came completely, yet the lake rested. Letting go of ideals allows peace. At night, peace does not require perfection. As these stories continue to pass, like soft footsteps on a distant road, there is no need to follow them closely. They are not building toward a conclusion. They are companions for the night. Letting go is already happening in the way attention wanders, in the way the body settles, in the way words become less important than the quiet between them. Nothing needs to be held. Nothing needs to be solved. The night carries on, steady and patient, and we are carried with it, allowed to loosen, allowed to rest, allowed to drift without needing to arrive anywhere at all. As the night continues, it may feel as though even the idea of listening has become lighter. Words arrive, then fade. Meaning lingers without needing to be held. This is not a loss of attention. It is attention changing its shape. There is a story from a long, quiet road that passed through open farmland. Along that road lived a gatekeeper named Renor. His task was simple. Open the gate for those who passed. Close it behind them. He had done this for many years. Renor took his role seriously. He watched the road carefully. He prided himself on never missing a traveler. One season, travel slowed. Days passed with no one at all. Renor remained by the gate, alert, waiting. An old passerby named Ulma stopped one evening and said, "You look tired." Renor replied, "I must stay ready." Ulma nodded, then asked, "Ready for what? When the road is quiet?" Renor did not answer. Over time, Renor began to sit instead of stand. He opened the gate when needed. When no one came, he rested. The gate still opened. Nothing was lost. We often stay ready long after readiness is required. We hold ourselves tense, waiting for something that may not arrive. Letting go does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means responding when the moment arrives, not before. At night, there is often nothing arriving that needs our readiness. There is another story from a hillside town where candles were made by hand. A candle maker named Ison poured wax carefully, trimming each wick to exact length. He believed uniformity ensured quality. One evening, a candle cooled unevenly. The surface rippled. Ison set it aside. Later, during a power outage, that candle was lit. Its flame flickered softly, casting gentle shadows. Those gathered preferred it to the others. Ison realized that smoothness is not the same as warmth. We often want our experiences to be smooth, predictable. But warmth comes from variation. Letting go allows us to appreciate what does not conform. At night, uneven thoughts may arise. They do not disturb rest. They add texture. There is another story from a mountain trail where snow fell early. A trailkeeper named Varek cleared the path daily, determined to keep it visible. Snow kept falling. A traveler named Sina said, "The mountain is resting." Varek paused. He stopped clearing. When spring came, the trail reappeared on its own. We often fear that if we stop maintaining, things will disappear forever. But many things know how to return. Letting go is trusting in cycles. At night, cycles carry us without effort. There is another story from a quiet workshop where a basket weaver named Nisa worked. Nisa wove tightly, believing strength came from firmness. Over time, her baskets became stiff, difficult to use. A market seller named Jorn said, "They hold, but they don't give." Nisa experimented with looser weaves. The baskets flexed. They lasted longer. Holding does not require rigidity. We often weave our lives tightly, leaving no room for movement. Letting go adds resilience. At night, flexibility returns. There is another story from a river crossing where stepping stones were placed. A stone setter named Callum adjusted stones constantly, seeking perfect alignment. Floods shifted them anyway. Eventually, Callum learned to place stones with space between them, allowing water to pass. Crossings became safer. Letting go of perfection allows flow. At night, flow replaces structure. There is another story from a hillside home where a clock chimed softly. An elderly resident named Aurea listened to it each night. When the clock stopped, Aurea noticed the silence. She slept more deeply. We often believe we need markers to feel secure. But silence can be just as reassuring. At night, silence holds us. There is another story from a potter's kiln that cracked. A potter named Yelun worried everything would be ruined. But the cracked kiln produced unexpected textures. Yelun learned that damage can open new paths. Letting go is accepting change without labeling it failure. At night, change happens gently. There is another story from a meadow where a path split. A walker named Fenra hesitated, wanting certainty. An older walker named Joss said, "Both paths meet again." Fenra chose one and walked calmly. We often fear choosing wrongly. Letting go is trusting that paths reconnect. At night, direction matters less. There is another story from a harbor where a mooring line frayed. A dock worker named Perrin replaced it immediately, fearing loss. An old sailor named Harn said, "Sometimes the tide is gentle." Perrin learned not every risk required immediate action. Letting go reduces constant alarm. At night, alarms quiet naturally. There is another story from a town square where a fountain once flowed. When it dried, people gathered anyway. Life adapted. Letting go of expectations reveals continuity. At night, continuity remains even as activity fades. There is another story from a wood shop where sawdust piled. A carpenter named Loam swept constantly. One day, he left it. The floor muffled sound. Work felt calmer. Letting go can soften our environment. At night, softness spreads. There is another story from a ridge where clouds gathered. A watcher named Dellen worried about storms. They passed without incident. Letting go of anticipation eases the heart. At night, anticipation fades. There is another story from a loom where threads tangled. A weaver named Ressa tried to fix every snarl immediately. Eventually, she learned to pause. Tangles loosened on their own. Letting go allows solutions to emerge. At night, solutions are not required. There is another story from a quiet chapel where bells once rang hourly. When they stopped, time felt wider. Letting go of reminders expands experience. At night, time widens. There is another story from a field where footprints disappeared by morning. A traveler named Keln worried about leaving a mark. The earth released it. Letting go of trace freeze movement. At night, nothing needs to be liuxia. There is another story from a dock where boats rocked gently. A boat owner named Arik tightened ropes excessively. The boat strained. Looser lines allowed safe movement. Letting go prevents damage. At night, we loosen. There is another story from a mountain hut where smoke rose. A fire tender named Boro fed the fire constantly. When he rested, embers glowed steadily. Letting go of feeding allows warmth to stabilize. At night, warmth sustains itself. There is another story from a narrow lane where echoes faded. A singer named Vale listened to the quiet after song. It felt complete. Letting go completes experience. At night, completeness requires nothing added. There is another story from a library where reading lamps dimmed. A reader named Seema continued without strain. Eyes adjusted. Letting go of brightness allows gentler seeing. At night, gentler seeing is enough. There is another story from a well where water settled overnight. A drawer named Koro waited. The water cleared. Letting go of urgency brings clarity. At night, clarity emerges without effort. There is another story from a town where doors closed softly at dusk. People trusted morning. Letting go trusts return. At night, return is certain. As these stories drift through the hours, they do not ask to be remembered. They are not building toward insight. They are simply present, like the night itself. Letting go continues quietly in the spaces between words, in the pauses that lengthen, in the ease that replaces holding. Nothing needs to be carried forward. Nothing needs to be resolved. The night remains wide and patient, and within it, we are free to loosen further, to rest more deeply, to allow whatever is still being held to set itself down, gently, without announcement, without effort, as sleep draws nearer in its own unhurried way. As the night settles even more fully around us, there may be a sense that the stories themselves are beginning to blur at the edges. Names come and go. Details soften. What remains is not information, but a feeling of being accompanied. This is enough. There is a story from a broad valley where evening fog rolled in gently, never in a hurry. In that valley lived a miller named Davrin. Davrin ground grain for the surrounding villages, listening to the steady turn of the wheel each day. He believed consistency was everything. If the wheel turned at the same pace, the flour would be good. One autumn, the river slowed. The wheel turned more lazily. Davrin worried the flour would suffer. He adjusted the sluice gates again and again, forcing the wheel to speed up. The stones overheated. The flour burned. An old miller named Hosk, long retired, visited one evening and said, "You cannot command water to hurry without cost." Davrin listened. He eased the gates. The wheel slowed. The stones cooled. The flour returned to its proper texture. Davrin learned that forcing rhythm often breaks it. We often try to push ourselves back into familiar tempos, how quickly we think, how much we do, how alert we feel. But at night, the rhythm changes on its own. Letting go is allowing that change instead of fighting it. There is another story from a quiet shoreline where fishermen repaired boats by lantern light. A boat painter named Errol repainted hulls carefully, believing fresh paint protected against decay. One season, storms battered the coast. Paint chipped faster than Errol could replace it. A sailor named Monet said, "The sea does not wait for polish." Errol stopped repainting so often. He focused instead on structural repairs. The boats lasted longer. We sometimes focus on surface fixes, believing they will keep deeper wear away. Letting go redirects attention to what actually matters. At night, appearances fade. What remains is function, the body resting, the mind unwinding. There is another story from a hillside farm where scare lines were strung to deter birds. A farmer named Kelna tightened the lines daily, fearful of loss. The birds grew accustomed to them. A neighboring farmer named Reuven loosened his lines. They fluttered in the breeze. Birds stayed away. Kelna learned that too much control becomes invisible. Letting go introduces movement, and movement carries meaning. At night, stillness is not rigid. It breathes. There is another story from a weaving hall where rugs were made for many homes. A pattern keeper named Sile memorized designs and enforced them strictly. One apprentice, named Tira, wove slightly differently. Her patterns drifted. Sale corrected her repeatedly. One day, a customer chose Tira's rug. It feels alive, they said. Sale watched more closely. He saw that Tira's weaving followed the rhythm of her hands, not the pattern sheet. Letting go of strict adherence allowed expression. At night, expression does not need structure. There is another story from a stone stairway climbing a cliff. A stairkeeper named Bemin repaired each step carefully, aligning edges. Over time, footsteps wore grooves into the stone. Bemin tried to smooth them out. The steps became slippery. An elder named Reth said, "Those grooves are how people walk safely." Bemin left them. We often erase traces of use, thinking wear is damage. Letting go recognizes wear as evidence of life. At night, tiredness is not damage. It is proof of living. There is another story from a quiet pasture where bells hung around animals' necks. A herder named Elon believed bells prevented loss. He checked constantly, listening for sound. One night, a bell fell silent. Elon panicked. At dawn, the animal stood nearby, grazing calmly. Elon realized sound was reassurance, not necessity. Letting go of constant reassurance brings ease. At night, reassurance is not required. There is another story from a narrow workshop where a lockmaker named Juris worked. Juris believed strong locks prevented trouble. He added layers of complexity to every design. One lock jammed frequently. It was too complex to open easily. A customer named Pavo said, "I need to get in more than I need to keep everything out." Juris simplified his designs. We often guard ourselves so thoroughly that we trap ourselves inside. Letting go loosens inner locks. At night, inner doors open quietly. There is another story from a field where lanterns were set out during festivals. A lantern keeper named Narelle insisted each lantern be lit at the exact same moment. Delays frustrated him. One year, clouds obscured the signal. Lanterns lit gradually. The effect was gentle, beautiful. Narelle realized uniformity was not required for beauty. Letting go allows variation. At night, variation is natural. There is another story From a dry plain where rain was rare, a rain caller named Vessen performed rituals nightly, believing persistence would summon rain. Years passed. Rain came and went on its own schedule. An elder named Sitha said, "The sky does not need persuasion." Vessen stopped calling. He listened instead. We often believe repetition will force outcomes. Letting go trusts what arrives when it arrives. At night, nothing needs to be summoned. There is another story. From a marketplace where scales were used, a scale keeper named Morin recalibrated obsessively, fearing inaccuracy. Eventually, customers waited longer than they traded. A colleague named Elra said, "A little imbalance is less costly than endless delay." Morin relaxed his standards slightly. Letting go improves flow. At night, flow replaces precision. There is another story. From a hillside chapel where candles burned low. A caretaker named Ryan replaced candles early, fearing darkness. One night, he let them burn out. Moonlight filled the space. Letting go allows other sources of light. At night, light changes shape. There is another story. From a footpath where stones were carefully placed. A path builder named Oven adjusted stones constantly. Walkers grew cautious. When Oven stopped adjusting, stones settled naturally. Letting go allows stability. At night, stability comes without effort. There is another story. From a river bend where reeds whispered. A listener named Fine tried to identify every sound. Eventually, she stopped labeling. The river felt calmer. Letting go of naming brings peace. At night, words dissolve. There is another story. From a mountain home where shutters creaked. A resident named Cars tightened hinges repeatedly. The creaking continued. An elder said, "The house is speaking with the wind." Cars listened instead of fixing. Letting go allows coexistence. At night, sounds coexist. There is another story. From a watchtower where a watcher named Selun stayed awake nightly. One night, exhausted, Selun slept. Nothing happened. Selun learned that not every night requires vigilance. At night, vigilance rests. There is another story. From a quiet stream where pebbles shifted. A collector named Dane arranged them daily. Water rearranged them nightly. Dane eventually stopped arranging. The stream found its own order. Letting go allows natural order. At night, order emerges without planning. There is another story. From a village square where flags hung. A flag keeper named Iro straightened them constantly. Wind tangled them anyway. Iro laughed and let them twist. The square looked festive. Letting go invites play. At night, playfulness softens seriousness. There is another story. from a high ridge where footprints vanished quickly. A climber named Joran worried about losing his way. He trusted the slope instead. Letting go of traces builds confidence. At night, confidence is quiet. There is another story from a hearth where embers glowed. A keeper named Psalm poked the fire constantly. When he stopped, embers glowed steadily. Letting go sustains warmth. At night, warmth persists. There is another story from a bell tower where a bell was rung rarely. When it rang, it mattered. Letting go of constant sound gives meaning to silence. At night, silence is meaningful. As these stories continue to pass, slower now, softer, they do not ask to be followed. They do not form a chain. They are like lanterns seen from afar, appearing, glowing briefly, then fading without ceremony. Letting go is already happening without our help. Attention drifts. The body settles. The need to understand loosens. Nothing needs to be held together. Nothing needs to be remembered. The night remains wide and gentle, and within it, we are free to sink further into ease, carried by the simple permission to stop holding what the night is already holding for us. As the night moves deeper still, there can be a sense that the effort to stay with the words has almost completely dissolved. Listening happens without grasping. Understanding no longer needs to arrive. The stories pass by like distant lights, and it is enough to know they are there. There is a story from a wide upland plain where the wind never stopped moving. In that place lived a shepherd named Talon. Talon had spent his life guiding sheep across the open land, reading weather in the sky and grass. He believed attentiveness kept the flock safe. As he grew older, Talon noticed he tired more easily. His steps slowed. He worried that his attention might falter. One afternoon, he watched the sheep graze while he rested against a stone. To his surprise, the flock remained calm. They stayed together, moving slowly as one. Another shepherd, named Yarrow, approached and said, "They know this land as well as you do." Talon felt a quiet release. He had believed constant guidance was the same as care. He learned that presence does not always require direction. We often believe we must actively manage every part of our lives to keep things from falling apart. But much of life has learned its own rhythms. At night, when management relaxes, we see this clearly. There is another story from a quiet lakeside where mist hovered close to the surface. A fisherman named Pellis rose before dawn each day, rowing out to the same spot. He believed familiarity brought success. One morning, heavy fog disoriented him. He could not tell where he was. He panicked and rowed aimlessly. Eventually, he stopped rowing. He listened to the water, felt the current against the boat. When the fog lifted, he found himself exactly where he needed to be. Pellis learned that frantic effort often carries us farther from where we want to go. Letting go is sometimes the most direct path. At night, when the mind rows less, we often arrive where rest is waiting. There is another story from a stone village where echoes lingered long after sound ended. A bell tuner named Marek adjusted bells carefully, ensuring their tones faded at the right pace. One bell refused to fade cleanly. Its echo lingered. Marek tried to dampen it, but the sound persisted. An old listener named Vela said, "Let it finish on its own." Marek stopped intervening. The echo softened naturally. We often try to end thoughts, end feelings, end experiences prematurely. But things end best when allowed to complete themselves. At night, thoughts echo and then fade without assistance. There is another story from a hillside where a narrow footpath curved out of sight. A traveler named Ryan paused there, uncertain whether to continue. He worried about what lay ahead. An older traveler named Poth passed by and said, "You don't need to see the whole path. Just walk until you rest." Ryan took a few steps, then a few more. He rested when he needed to. We often demand full clarity before moving, even when movement itself brings clarity. At night, we are not moving forward. We are resting where we are. There is another story from a small harbor where lanterns reflected on water. A harbor keeper named Selor counted each reflection nightly, believing order prevented accidents. One night, tired, he stopped counting. He watched the lights blur gently on the waves. The harbor remained calm. Selor realized that safety does not always come from control. At night, safety comes from allowing the world to be as it is. There is another story from a mountain meadow where wildflowers grew freely. A caretaker named Brina tried to arrange them into rows, believing order would protect them. The flowers wilted under her handling. When she stopped touching them, they thrived. We sometimes harm what we mean to protect by holding it too closely. Letting go allows life to breathe. At night, breathing happens without instruction. There is another story from a quiet corridor in a monastery where footsteps softened with age. A caretaker named Joran polished the floor daily. He believed shine reflected devotion. Over time, the floor became slick. Slips occurred. Joran stopped polishing so much. The floor dulled but became safe. We often polish ourselves trying to appear composed, capable, unchanged. But safety often comes from honesty rather than shine. At night, there is no audience. There is another story from a riverbank where children stacked stones. A child named Leno built a tall stack. He guarded it carefully. A wave knocked it over. Leno rebuilt it, then watched it fall again. Eventually, he laughed and let the stones scatter. We often rebuild the same structures repeatedly, hoping for a different outcome. Letting go can feel like relief. At night, relief arrives quietly. There is another story from a market where spices were sold. A spice seller named Herrick mixed blends carefully, fearing imbalance. One day, a customer asked for less precision. "Surprise me," they said. The blend was uneven but memorable. Herrick learned that not everything needs refinement. At night, experiences need not be refined to be complete. There is another story from a long bridge that crossed a deep ravine. A bridge watcher named Kess held the railing tightly whenever crossing. One day, his hands grew tired. He loosened his grip. The bridge held. We often hold tightly out of habit rather than necessity. Letting go reveals what is already supporting us. At night, support is felt beneath awareness. There is another story from a hillside kitchen where soup simmered. A cook named Olin stirred constantly, fearing burning. An elder said, "Let it simmer." Olin stepped back. The soup deepened in flavor. Some things develop best when left alone. At night, rest deepens without interference. There is another story from a valley where a river curved sharply. A planner named Irek tried to straighten it, believing efficiency mattered. Floods followed. When the river returned to its curve, balance returned. We often resist curves, preferring straight lines. But curves carry wisdom. At night, the mind curves gently toward rest. There is another story from a quiet tower where a watchman named Sorel stayed awake nightly. Sorel believed staying awake proved dedication. One night, exhaustion overcame him. Nothing went wrong. Sorel learned that dedication does not require deprivation. At night, rest honors what has been given during the day. There is another story from a forest path where leaves gathered. A sweeper named Nalo cleared it constantly. A walker said, "The leaves soften the ground." Nalo left them. We often clear away softness, believing it to be obstruction. But softness protects. At night, softness spreads through the body naturally. There is another story from a workshop where glass cooled. A glass worker named Tiras rushed cooling, fearing flaws. The glass cracked. When cooling was slow, the glass settled. Letting go of speed allows integrity. At night, slowness restores balance. There is another story from a narrow street where footsteps echoed. A resident named Fen tried to walk silently. Eventually, he stopped worrying. The echo became familiar. We often try to erase traces of ourselves. Letting go allows us to exist fully. At night, existence requires no apology. There is another story from a well where water was drawn. A drawer named Hallett pulled quickly, fearing shortage. The rope frayed. When he drew steadily, the rope lasted. Letting go of urgency preserves what we rely on. At night, urgency dissolves. There is another story from a quiet field where stars appeared. A stargazer named Ison charted constantly. One night, he lay back without charting. The sky felt wider. Letting go of recording deepens experience. At night, experience needs no record. There is another story from a cottage where a window creaked. A resident named Bera fixed it repeatedly. Eventually, she accepted the sound. It became familiar. Letting go does not remove all discomfort. It makes it livable. At night, small sounds are part of rest. There is another story from a river ferry where ropes loosened at night. A ferryman named Doral trusted the current. The ferry stayed safe. Letting go trusts continuity. At night, continuity holds us. There is another story from a quiet room where a lamp dimmed. A reader named Sen put the book down. The room remained complete. Letting go of activity does not empty space. At night, space fills itself. As these stories continue to arrive more slowly now, like breath stretching between moments, there is nothing to collect from them. They are not instructions. They are not meant to be remembered. They are simply part of the night's gentle movement, showing again and again that letting go is not something we do, but something that happens when holding is no longer required. The night continues to carry us without asking anything in return, and within that carrying, it is perfectly all right to drift, to fade, to rest, and to allow whatever remains of effort to set itself down, quietly, completely, without needing to know when sleep has already begun. As the night reaches this deeper stretch, even the sense of moving forward can begin to dissolve. There may be moments when it feels as though we are simply floating within the hours, neither arriving nor leaving. This, too, belongs to letting go. There is a story from a wide riverbank where barges once waited their turn. A barge tender named Kalen tied ropes carefully, checking knots again and again. He believed vigilance prevented drifting. One evening, after a long day, he tied the ropes as usual and sat nearby. A gentle current tugged at the barge. The ropes held without his attention. An older tender named Viso watched and said, "You've tied it well enough. Now the river can do the rest." Kalen realized how often he stayed close long after his work was complete. We often remain mentally beside things we have already secured decisions made, tasks finished, conversations ended. Letting go is recognizing when our presence is no longer needed. At night, much has already been tied off. Nothing requires supervision. There is another story from a hillside orchard where apples fell naturally when ripe. An orchard keeper named Malor shook branches daily, eager to harvest early. The apples bruised easily. A neighboring keeper named Sava waited. The apples fell on their own, sweet and intact. Malor learned that timing cannot be forced. Letting go is trusting ripeness. At night, rest comes when it is ready, not when demanded. There is another story from a quiet coastal path where stones warmed in the sun. A stone polisher named Errol carried stones home to smooth them by hand. Over time, he noticed that stones left by the shore grew smoother without effort. The sea, he realized, had patience. He did not. We often try to polish ourselves through effort and repetition. But time itself is a teacher. Letting go is allowing time to do its work. At night, time stretches kindly, shaping us without pressure. There is another story from a village well where people gathered at dusk. A well keeper named Joran worried when the water level dropped slightly. He measured constantly. An elder named Thesa said, "The well has fed many generations. It knows how to refill." Joran stopped measuring so often. The water returned. We often track our inner level's energy. Calm, focus, fearing depletion. Letting go is trusting renewal. At night, renewal begins quietly. There is another story from a narrow workshop where a book restorer named Ansel worked. Ansel repaired torn pages delicately, fearing further damage. One book resisted repair. Its pages crumbled despite care. Ansel paused. He placed the book on a shelf, no longer touching it. Over time, the pages settled. The book could be read gently again. Sometimes, touching less preserves more. Letting go is knowing when to step back. At night, stepping back happens naturally. There is another story from a meadow where dew formed before dawn. A watcher named Pell watched the grass each night, waiting for dew to appear. When he stopped watching, dew still came. Letting go of watching does not stop arrival. At night, Arrival happens without witnesses. There is another story from a hilltop where a windmill turned slowly. A mill operator named Soren adjusted blades constantly, chasing efficiency. The mill strained. When Soren left the blades alone, they turned smoothly with the wind. Letting go aligns us with what is already moving. At night, alignment replaces effort. There is another story from a quiet stairwell where footsteps echoed softly. A caretaker named Ven placed rugs to muffle sound. The rugs slipped, causing stumbles. When the rugs were removed, footsteps echoed again, but safely. We sometimes confuse comfort with safety. Letting go restores balance. At night, echoes are not threats. There is another story from a distant pasture where horses grazed. A handler named Oris kept reins tight even when horses stood still. One day, he loosened his grip. The horses did not run. They rested. We often hold reins that are not being pulled. Letting go reveals calm beneath tension. At night, calm surfaces naturally. There is another story from a quiet kitchen where bread cooled on a rack. A baker named Halen cut loaves too soon, eager to taste. The bread crumbled. When he waited, the bread held together. Some things need space to settle. Letting go gives that space. At night, settling happens without instruction. There is another story from a lantern-lit bridge where reflections shimmered. A guard named Kiro tried to count reflections to pass time. He grew dizzy. When he stopped counting, the water felt steady. Letting go of counting brings steadiness. At night, numbers lose importance. There is another story from a hillside home where a door stuck. A resident named Lyra pushed hard, frustrated. A neighbor said, "Lift, then open." Lyra lifted gently. The door opened easily. Sometimes effort is misdirected. Letting go reveals simpler movement. At night, simpler movement leads to rest. There is another story from a forest edge where birds gathered. A watcher named Toma tried to identify every call. Eventually, he listened without naming. The forest felt whole. Letting go of labels restores unity. At night, unity replaces analysis. There is another story from a stream where leaves floated. A child named Sina tried to keep a leaf from drifting away. It slipped through her fingers. She laughed and chose another leaf. Letting go turns loss into play. At night, seriousness softens. There is another story from a tower where bells rang only on occasion. A keeper named Marin rang them too often, fearing they would be forgotten. Their meaning dulled. When she rang them less, each sound mattered. Letting go preserves meaning. At night, silence gives weight to sound. There is another story from a winding road where signposts were removed. A traveler named Dovin felt uneasy at first. Soon, he trusted the road itself. Letting go of signs deepens trust. At night, trust replaces direction. There is another story from a dock where ropes slackened with the tide. A sailor named Bren tightened them repeatedly. An old sailor said, "Let them breathe." Bren loosened the ropes. The boat moved safely. Letting go prevents strain. At night, we breathe without effort. There is another story from a high field where snow covered everything. A farmer named Kaval worried crops would be lost. Spring came. Growth returned. Letting go trusts seasons. At night, we enter a season of rest. There is another story from a narrow hallway where lights dimmed. A resident named Elon reached for switches repeatedly. Eventually, he stopped. The darkness felt complete. Letting go allows completeness. At night, completeness does not require brightness. There is another story from a river crossing where stepping stones were slick. A walker named Para hesitated, gripping tightly. She slipped. On the next crossing, she moved gently, trusting balance. She crossed safely. Letting go steadies movement. At night, balance holds us. There is another story from a quiet room where a clock ticked unevenly. A listener named Nero tried to fix it. Later, he slept through the ticking. Letting go quiets disturbance. At night, disturbances soften. There is another story from a meadow where fireflies appeared. A child named Rin tried to catch them. They vanished. When Rin watched quietly, they returned. Letting go invites return. At night, rest returns when we stop reaching. There is another story from a hillside where shadows lengthened. A watcher named Olin measured them. They changed regardless. Letting go releases measurement. At night, change continues without tracking. There is another story from a quiet harbor where the tide receded. A dock worker named Sel trusted the tide schedule. The water returned. Letting go trusts cycles. At night, cycles carry us. There is another story from a warm hearth where a fire settled. A keeper named Bran stopped feeding it. Embers glowed steadily. Letting go sustains warmth. At night, warmth remains. There is another story from a small room where a window stood open. A sleeper named Kesa worried about drafts. The air remained gentle. Letting go allows comfort. At night, comfort does not need guarding. As these stories continue to pass, slower now, softer, there is no need to hold on to any of them. They are not building toward an ending. They are part of the long, quiet middle of the night where effort fades and presence remains. Letting go is already underway in the loosening of attention, in the gentle heaviness that settles, in the way words begin to feel less necessary than the silence between them. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be remembered. The night holds everything with ease, and within that holding, it is perfectly fine to drift further, to rest more deeply, to allow sleep to arrive whenever it wishes, without announcement, without ceremony, simply as another form of letting go. As the night moves along in this quiet way, it may feel as though even the sense of being carried has become subtle. There is less to notice, and less need to notice it. The hours pass without asking anything from us, and this is enough. There is a story from a gently sloping hillside where rainwater gathered into small pools before sinking into the ground. On that hillside lived a stone layer named Ivarn. Ivarn placed stones carefully to guide the water, believing that if he directed it just right, the land would flourish. He worked diligently, adjusting channels after every rain. One season, illness kept him indoors. The rain came anyway. The water found its own paths. Some pools lingered longer than others, soaking deeply into the soil. When Ivarn returned, he noticed new grasses growing where he had never planned for them. A neighbor named Lethen said, "The land rested from your guidance." Ivarn smiled. He realized that his effort had been sincere, but not always necessary. We often guide and adjust out of care, not realizing that what we care for may already know how to respond. Letting go is trusting the quiet intelligence of things. At night, this intelligence moves through us as well. Systems soften. Balance restores itself without commentary. There is another story, from a narrow harbor inlet where boats rested closely together. A dock watcher named Corvin stayed alert through the night, listening for creaking ropes. He believed his listening prevented damage. One calm night, exhaustion overtook him, and he slept in his chair. By morning, the boats were unchanged. The ropes had adjusted gently with the tide. Corvin learned that listening constantly does not make the sea gentler. Letting go is allowing natural adjustments to happen without our constant attention. At night, adjustments happen quietly. There is another story, from a high ridge where clouds gathered and dispersed unpredictably. A sky reader named Maller tried to interpret each formation. He believed understanding clouds meant understanding weather. Over time, the effort tired him. One evening, he simply watched without interpreting. The clouds drifted. The sky felt wider. We often try to read meaning into every passing thought, every change in feeling. But not everything needs interpretation. Letting go is allowing thoughts to pass like clouds without assigning them weight. At night, clouds pass through the mind naturally. There is another story. From a quiet village where a bell marked the end of the day. A bell ringer named Saren rang it carefully at dusk, believing the sound signaled safety. One evening, the rope slipped from his hand and the bell rang late. The village settled anyway. Saren realized the bell did not create rest. It only accompanied it. We often believe signals are what allow us to relax. But relaxation often arrives first. Letting go is noticing that rest does not require permission. At night, rest arrives without signals. There is another story from a workshop where clay tiles were fired. A tile maker named Orvin checked the kiln repeatedly, fearing uneven heat. Each time he opened it, heat escaped. An elder craftsperson named Nayla said, "Close it and trust the fire." Orvin closed the kiln and waited. The tiles fired evenly. We often interrupt processes out of anxiety, not necessity. Letting go is allowing processes to complete themselves. At night, the body completes many processes on its own. There is another story. From a winding footpath through tall grass, a pathkeeper named Jalenor trimmed the grass constantly, wanting the path clearly visible. One year, he left it untrimmed. Walkers still found their way. The grass bent gently beneath their steps. Jalenor realized that paths are made by walking, not trimming. We often try to prepare clarity in advance, but clarity often emerges through movement. At night, movement slows, and clarity comes in the form of ease. There is another story from a hillside where wind moved in waves. A banner maker named Ural stitched banners tightly, believing tension kept them intact. When hung, they tore easily in strong wind. A looser stitch allowed movement. The banners lasted longer. Holding too tightly can shorten what we want to preserve. Letting go allows endurance. At night, endurance takes the form of rest. There is another story from a small kitchen where water was boiled. A cook named Irina watched the pot closely, stirring often. The water boiled anyway. When she stepped away, the boiling remained steady. We often feel responsible for outcomes that would happen regardless. Letting go frees energy. At night, energy is conserved naturally. There is another story from a valley where sheep crossed a stream daily. A bridge builder named Corin reinforced the bridge constantly, adding beams and braces. Eventually, the bridge became heavy and unstable. When Corin removed excess support, the bridge settled firmly. More support is not always more stability. Letting go restores balance. At night, balance returns when effort eases. There is another story from a narrow room where a loom stood. A weaver named Seleth counted threads obsessively, fearing mistakes. One night, tired, she wove without counting. The cloth was strong and fluid. We often mistrust ourselves when we stop monitoring. But much skill lives beneath conscious control. Letting go allows that skill to surface. At night, the body remembers how to rest. There is another story from a stone courtyard where footsteps echoed softly. A caretaker named Brenna tried to silence every echo. The courtyard felt dull. When echoes returned, the space felt alive again. We often seek quiet by removing sound, not noticing that gentle sound can be comforting. Letting go accepts presence, not absence. At night, presence is felt even in quiet. There is another story from a river crossing where a guide named Tovinra assisted travelers. Tovinra believed she had to explain every step. One traveler said, "I can feel the stones." Tovinra stepped back. The crossing went smoothly. We often over-explain what can be felt. Letting go allows direct experience. At night, experience is direct, without commentary. There is another story from a workshop where oil lamps were repaired. A lamp fixer named Heroin polished each lamp to a shine. One lamp, left unpolished, cast softer light. It was preferred for evening use. Brightness is not always what we need. Letting go allows gentler light. At night, gentleness matters more than clarity. There is another story from a hillside well where water was drawn slowly. A drawer named Emmerich pulled quickly, eager to finish. The rope burned his hands. When he pulled slowly, the water rose steadily. Letting go of haste prevents harm. At night, haste has no place. There is another story from a quiet road where milestones had faded. A traveler named Vesha worried about losing progress. An elder traveler said, "Progress continues even when you stop marking it." Vesha walked on calmly. We often measure progress to reassure ourselves. Letting go trusts movement itself. At night, movement is inward. There is another story from a meadow where shadows shifted constantly. A watcher named Caliph tried to track them. They slipped away. When Caliph stopped tracking, the meadow felt whole. Letting go of tracking brings peace. At night, peace does not need tracking. There is another story from a small harbor where nets dried. A net watcher named Aurelius shook them daily, fearing stiffness. One day, he left them alone. They softened in the night air. Letting go allows natural softening. At night, softening happens without request. There is another story from a forest edge where a fence once stood. A fencekeeper named Marinelle repaired it constantly. When the fence fell, animals still grazed peacefully. Boundaries shift. Life continues. Letting go recognizes continuity beyond structure. At night, structure loosens. There is another story from a quiet study where papers stacked. A scholar named Farron reviewed notes nightly. One evening, he closed the book unfinished. The ideas settled. Sometimes, stopping allows understanding to mature. Letting go invites integration. At night, integration happens silently. There is another story from a hillside home where a fire burned low. A resident named Jorineth poked it often. When she stopped, embers glowed steadily. We often disturb what is already stable. Letting go preserves warmth. At night, warmth persists. There is another story from a river bend where leaves collected. A sweeper named Valen tried to clear them. A passerby said, "They slow the water." Valen left them. We often clear what protects. Letting go notices hidden function. At night, protection is gentle. There is another story from a quiet pier where footsteps faded. A walker named Silra paused, listening to the stillness after sound. The stillness felt complete. Letting go completes experience. At night, completion does not require action. As these stories continue to drift more slowly now, there is no need to stay with them. They are like ripples that spread and fade on their own. Letting go is already present in the softening of attention, in the easing of effort, in the way even the desire to continue listening becomes less important. Nothing needs to be held. Nothing needs to be finished. The night remains wide and kind, carrying everything without strain. And within this carrying, it is completely okay to sink further into rest, to drift without direction, to allow sleep to come whenever it chooses, quietly, naturally, as one more gentle expression of letting go. As the night continues in this softened way, it may feel as though the space between moments has widened. Thoughts no longer line up. Listening becomes porous. Words may arrive without being followed, and then disappear again. This is not drifting away. It is settling in. There is a story from a low mountain pass where travelers often pause to rest. At the edge of the pass lived a keeper named Ravel. Ravel maintained a small shelter with benches and water for those who climbed too far in one day. He believed his task was to prepare travelers to continue. Ravel asked each visitor how far they planned to go next, what time they hoped to arrive, whether they had enough provisions. One evening, A traveler named Aisha arrived late, exhausted. When Ravel began his questions, Aisha shook their head gently. "I don't know," Aisha said. "I only know I needed to stop." Ravel brought water and said nothing more. In the morning, Aisha left quietly, rested and steady. Over time, Ravel learned that his shelter was not for planning journeys, but for pausing them. We often treat rest as preparation for the next effort, something useful only if it leads somewhere. But rest is complete on its own. Letting go is allowing rest to be an ending, not a means. At night, rest does not need to justify itself. There is another story from a small riverside town where a ferry crossed back and forth without schedule. A ferryman named Luro believed schedules kept people calm. He posted times carefully. But the river changed daily. Sometimes crossings were faster, sometimes slower. Passengers grew frustrated when times were missed. One day, Luro removed the schedule. He crossed when the river allowed. People adapted. Waiting became quieter. Luro learned that predictability can sometimes create more tension than uncertainty. Letting go of fixed expectations allows patience to arise naturally. At night, uncertainty is gentle. Nothing urgent depends on knowing what comes next. There is another story from a hillside where stones warmed during the day and released heat at night. A stone collector named Fennel carried stones indoors, believing warmth should be preserved. The house grew cluttered and cold. An elder neighbor named Ruma said, "The stones warm best where they lie." Fennel returned the stones to the hillside. The nights felt warmer again. We often bring things inward unnecessarily, believing we must hold on to them to benefit from them. Letting go allows things to do their work where they belong. At night, warmth spreads without being gathered. There is another story from a quiet workshop where a flute maker named Sarin worked. Sarin tested each flute repeatedly, adjusting tone holes, chasing perfection. The flute sounded precise, but lifeless. One day, tired, Sarin stopped adjusting and simply played. The sound was imperfect, but full. Sarin learned that music lives in breath, not measurement. We often adjust ourselves endlessly, seeking the right tone. Letting go allows life to sound as it is. At night, sound softens into background, and that is enough. There is another story from a narrow valley where mist settled heavily. A lookout named Theron stayed awake to watch for dangers. The mist made visibility poor. Theron strained to see through it. An elder named Pola said, "The mist is not hiding danger, it is resting." Theron stopped straining. The night passed quietly. We often treat not knowing as a threat. Letting go recognizes when obscurity is harmless. At night, not seeing clearly is natural. There is another story, from a village where steps were carved into a hillside. A step-keeper named Yolm repaired them constantly, wanting each to be identical. Over time, people stumbled. The steps no longer matched how feet moved. When Yolm stopped correcting them, the steps wore into gentle curves. Walking became easier. We often try to standardize ourselves, ignoring how we actually move. Letting go allows natural fit. At night, the body finds its own position without instruction. There is another story, from a quiet farm where fences had fallen. A farmer named Etrin rebuilt them yearly. One year, he stopped. Animals grazed within familiar boundaries anyway. Etrin realized that habit often holds more than structure. Letting go trusts what has already been learned. At night, habits of rest emerge without guidance. There is another story, from a high room where a window faced the stars. A stargazer named Callan charted constellations nightly. One evening, clouds covered the sky. Callan sat in darkness. He felt the sky was still there. We often rely on seeing to trust presence. Letting go allows trust without confirmation. At night, trust does not need proof. There is another story, from a workshop where leather was tanned. A tanner named Osrek rushed the process, fearing delay. The leather cracked. When Osrek slowed the process, the leather softened. Some transformations cannot be hurried. Letting go gives time its role. At night, time works quietly. There is another story, from a hillside where goats rested in clusters. A herder named Pavin counted them obsessively. One night, he stopped counting and listened to their breathing. He slept more easily. We often count to feel safe. Letting go listens instead. At night, listening replaces counting. There is another story, from a riverbank where reflections shimmered. A watcher named Laren tried to hold the image still by focusing harder. The water rippled anyway. When Laren softened his gaze, the reflection steadied. Letting go of effort clarifies perception. At night, perception becomes gentle. There is another story, from a long corridor where doors closed softly. A guard named Rethan checked each lock repeatedly. One night, he checked once and rested. Nothing changed. Rethan learned that security does not require repetition. Letting go saves energy. At night, energy is conserved. There is another story, from a quiet study where a lamp flickered. A reader named Halor adjusted the wick constantly. The flame sputtered. When he left it alone, the flame steadied. we often interfere with stability. Letting go allows equilibrium. At night, equilibrium returns naturally. There is another story, from a path where snow fell evenly. A path marker named Yalin worried travelers would be lost. But footprints guided those who followed. Sometimes, presence leaves enough trace. Letting go trusts what remains. At night, traces of the day fade, and that is safe. There is another story, from a harbor where a buoy bobbed gently. A watcher named Kiros tried to steady it with a rope. The buoy strained. When he released it, it floated freely. Letting go allows movement without loss. At night, movement is subtle and safe. There is another story, from a hillside where wind passed through tall grass. A listener named Vima tried to isolate each sound. Eventually, she heard only noise. When she listened without sorting, the sound became soothing. Letting go of separation brings calm. At night, calm does not require sorting. There is another story, from a courtyard where rain tapped softly. A caretaker named Boren tried to shield everything. Water pooled. When he let rain fall freely, it drained away. We sometimes block what needs passage. Letting go allows flow. At night, flow happens inward. There is another story, from a village square where people gathered at dusk. A crier named Jason announced the end of day loudly. One night, his voice failed. People still went home. Jason learned that endings do not need announcement. At night, endings happen quietly. There is another story, from a quiet hillside where a firefly hovered. A child named Narelle tried to guide it. It drifted on its own. Letting go allows wandering. At night, wandering leads to rest. There is another story, from a long bench where an elder named Sovan sat nightly. People asked him questions. One night, he answered none. The silence felt complete. Letting go of answers brings peace. At night, peace replaces explanation. There is another story, from a kitchen where dishes were left unwashed. A cook named Terrell worried about disorder. In the morning, light filled the room and the dishes waited calmly. Not everything needs immediate resolution. Letting go trusts tomorrow. At night, tomorrow can wait. There is another story, from a quiet bridge where water moved beneath. A passerby named Ellen paused, feeling the bridge hold without effort. She crossed without gripping. Letting go reveals support. At night, support is felt, not tested. There is another story, from a room where curtains stirred. A sleeper named Joran felt the air move and relaxed. The night breathed with him. Letting go synchronizes us with what surrounds us. At night, we are part of the movement, not separate from it. As these stories continue to thin out, arriving more like echoes than voices, there is no need to follow them. They are not meant to be held together. They are like the night itself present, then fading, leaving only a sense of ease behind. Letting go is already happening, quietly, without direction, without instruction. And within this, letting go, it is perfectly fine to drift, to pause, to sleep, or to simply rest in the long, gentle middle of the night, where nothing is required and nothing is missing. As the night carries on in this unhurried way, there may be long stretches where nothing in particular stands out. The words are softer now, and even the space between them feels generous. There is no need to follow closely. Being nearby is enough. There is a story from a wide meadow where a single oak tree stood alone. Beneath that tree lived a man named Caldor, who rested there each evening after his work. He did not own the land. He simply liked the shade and the way the tree held the sky above him. At first, Caldor brought things with him: a mat to sit on, a cup of water, a small lamp when the light faded. Over time, he brought less. Eventually, he brought nothing at all. One evening, a passerby named Leth asked him, "What do you do here?" Caldor replied, "Nothing. I let the tree do what it does." Leth sat beside him for a while. Neither spoke. When Leth left, he felt lighter, though he could not say why. We often believe that if we are not doing something, nothing is happening. But rest is not empty. It is full of quiet processes we do not direct. At night, much is happening beneath awareness, and nothing needs our involvement. There is another story. From a coastal village where waves arrived steadily through the dark hours. A night watcher named Perel stood on the shore, listening. He believed listening was his duty. He counted waves, measured their spacing, tracked their rhythm. One night he stopped counting. The waves did not change. Perel felt a small relief he had not expected. We often think that observing closely gives us control. But observation does not need effort to be present. At night, sounds continue whether we attend to them or not. There is another story. From a long stone corridor where lamps once burned. A lamp tender named Irene kept them lit throughout the night, fearing the dark would feel unsafe. Over time, fewer people walked the corridor. The lamps burned anyway. One night, Irene let the lamps dim. Moonlight entered through small windows, enough to see by. Irene realized the darkness had never been empty. We often light our inner corridors constantly, afraid of what darkness might reveal. But darkness, too, has its own clarity. At night, clarity is gentle and does not glare. There is another story, from a hillside village where steps led down toward a river. A step counter named Velis counted each step daily, believing this ensured safety. One evening, tired, Velis stopped counting and simply walked. Nothing went wrong. He felt less strained. We often carry habits of vigilance long after the danger has passed. Letting go is noticing when a habit can rest. At night, vigilance rests without consequence. There is another story, from a workshop where a potter named Enra shaped bowls. Enra once believed each bowl needed her constant attention until it cooled completely. One day, she stepped away early. The bowl held its shape. Enra learned that form settles even without watching. We often stay close to things that are already stable. Letting go is trusting stability. At night, the body settles without supervision. There is another story, from a quiet road where lanterns marked distance. A traveler named Riven watched the lanterns pass one by one, measuring progress. Eventually, fatigue set in. Riven stopped watching and simply walked. The road continued. Progress does not require constant measurement. At night, progress is not the point. There is another story, from a narrow room where a clock ticked loudly. A listener named Sorel tried to match their breathing to the ticking. The effort made breathing shallow. When Sorel stopped matching, breath found its own pace. We often try to synchronize ourselves to external rhythms, but the body already knows its own timing. At night, timing becomes internal and steady. There is another story, from a small orchard where fruit trees rested after harvest. A caretaker named Odon worried about the trees' stillness. He walked among them daily, checking for signs of life. An elder named Pima said, "They are resting." Odin stood quietly. The trees remained still. In spring, they bloomed fully. We sometimes confuse stillness with absence, but stillness is often preparation. At night, stillness is complete in itself. There is another story, from a river bend where stones were smooth. A collector named Jaren picked them up, turned them in his hands, then placed them back. One evening, he stopped picking them up. The stones felt just as present. We often believe engagement requires handling, but presence does not require touch. At night, presence is felt without reaching. There is another story, from a quiet kitchen where bread cooled on a board. A baker named Mara pressed the bread often, checking texture. Each press released steam. When Mara left it alone, the bread cooled evenly. letting go allows things to finish on their own. At night, finishing happens without attention. There is another story. From a hilltop where wind passed freely. A flag keeper named Torin adjusted flags constantly to face the wind. When he stopped adjusting, the flags found their own direction. We often try to face things correctly at all times. Letting go allows orientation to happen naturally. At night, orientation is not required. There is another story. From a quiet barn where animals rested. A watcher named Ilra stayed awake, listening for movement. Eventually, she slept. The animals rested more deeply. Sometimes rest is contagious. At night, rest spreads easily. There is another story. From a narrow bridge where water flowed beneath. A passerby named Naren gripped the railing tightly. On another crossing, tired, Naren loosened his grip. The bridge held him. We often hold tightly not because we must, but because we are used to holding. Letting go reveals support already present. At night, support does not need testing. There is another story. From a small room where a fire burned low. A caretaker named Bellin stirred the fire often. When Bellin slept, the fire glowed steadily. We often disturb what is already stable. Letting go preserves warmth. At night, warmth remains without tending. There is another story. From a hillside where stars appeared gradually. A stargazer named Elor waited for a specific constellation. Clouds passed. Stars appeared unevenly. Elor stopped waiting for patterns and simply watched. The sky felt vast. We often wait for things to arrange themselves perfectly before allowing ourselves to rest. But rest does not require completeness. At night, incompleteness is comfortable. There is another story. From a quiet lane where footsteps faded into distance. A listener named Farin noticed how silence followed sound. He did not try to fill it. The silence felt full. Letting go does not create emptiness. It reveals fullness. At night, fullness is quiet. There is another story. From a hillside where rain fell lightly. A shelter keeper named Risa worried about leaks. She checked constantly. One night, she slept through the rain. In the morning, the shelter stood. Not everything needs guarding. At night, guarding relaxes. There is another story. From a narrow stairwell where light dimmed. A resident named Oral reached for the switch repeatedly. Eventually, he stopped. His eyes adjusted. Letting go allows adaptation. At night, adaptation happens naturally. There is another story. From a long bench where travelers rested. A host named Jima offered conversation to each. One night, she sat quietly instead. The bench felt calmer. Sometimes, presence without interaction is enough. At night, companionship does not require words. There is another story, from a quiet path where shadows overlapped. A walker named Senna tried to separate them. When she stopped, the path felt gentle. Letting go of separation brings ease. At night, boundaries soften. There is another story, from a room where a window stood open. A sleeper named Fell worried about the breeze. The air remained soft. Letting go allows comfort to find its own way. At night, comfort arrives quietly. There is another story, from a meadow where dew formed unseen. A watcher named Nilo waited for it to appear. It was already there. Letting go reveals what is already present. At night, rest is already happening. There is another story, from a quiet harbor where boats rocked gently. A watcher named Sarin counted the movements. He grew dizzy. When he stopped counting, the rocking became soothing. Letting go of counting brings calm. At night, calm replaces measure. There is another story, from a hillside where bells rang faintly. A listener named Oris followed each sound. Eventually, sounds blended. The night felt whole. Letting go allows integration. At night, integration does not need effort. There is another story, from a small room where a book lay open. A reader named Callet closed the book before finishing. The story waited. Not everything needs completion right now. At night, unfinished things can rest. There is another story, from a path where footsteps slowed. A traveler named Yaren noticed the slowing and allowed it. The journey felt lighter. Letting go of pace reduces weight. At night, pace finds itself. There is another story, from a firefly-lit field. A child named Laura stopped chasing. The fireflies stayed. Letting go invites closeness. At night, closeness does not require pursuit. There is another story, from a quiet room where breathing filled the space. A listener named Davin noticed the sound and smiled. Nothing else was needed. As these stories thin and soften, there is no need to gather them or remember them. They are not building toward an end. They are simply part of the long, gentle unfolding of the night. Letting go is already here in the ease of not needing to follow, in the comfort of not needing to do, in the permission to rest without reason. The night holds everything without effort, and within that holding, it is perfectly okay to drift further, to sink into quiet, to sleep, or simply to remain in this soft, unremarkable presence where nothing is required and nothing is missing. As the night continues to unfold, there may be long stretches where the sense of listening fades almost entirely. Words still arrive, but they do not need to be gathered. They pass like wind through an open window. Nothing is lost when they do. There is a story from a broad plain where the land sloped gently toward a distant lake. On that plain lived a grass cutter named Helen. Helen trimmed the grass around the lake each season, believing neat edges kept the land healthy. He worked carefully, following the same lines year after year. One summer, Helen injured his leg and could not work for many weeks. The grass grew tall and uneven. Wildflowers appeared among it. When Helen returned, he expected the land to look neglected. Instead, he saw bees, birds, and a richness he had never noticed before. A neighbor named Joran said, "The land took a breath." Helen trimmed less after that. We often believe that constant effort is what keeps things alive. But sometimes life flourishes most when we step back. At night, stepping back happens naturally. The systems that carried us through the day begin to run more quietly, more efficiently, without our direction. There is another story, from a narrow river crossing where stones were set unevenly. A bridge builder named Savel worried that the stones were not aligned. He adjusted them again and again, trying to create a straight path. Each time, water shifted them slightly. Eventually, Savel stopped adjusting. The stones settled into positions shaped by the current. Crossing became easier. We often want straight lines because they feel predictable. But predictability is not always stability. Letting go allows us to work with what moves rather than against it. At night, movement becomes subtle. We do not need to shape it. There is another story, from a quiet hillside where lanterns once guided travelers. A lantern lighter named Corin lit each lantern at dusk, believing the road depended on him. One evening, the wind extinguished several lanterns before he could reach them. Travelers still arrived safely, guided by the pale light of the moon. Corin realized that his light was helpful, but not the only guide. We often believe we are the sole source of order in our lives. Letting go is recognizing the many supports already present. At night, those supports continue without being named. There is another story, from a long corridor where echoes lingered. A caretaker named Reth swept the corridor daily, disturbed by the echoes of his own footsteps. One night, tired, he stopped sweeping. The echoes softened on their own. Reth learned that not every discomfort needs immediate correction. At night, small discomforts often soften without intervention. There is another story, from a village bakery where dough rested under cloth. A baker named Solon checked the dough constantly, fearing it would overproof. Each time she lifted the cloth, the dough cooled. An elder baker said, "Cover it and let it forget itself." Solon did. The bread rose well. We often interrupt processes out of worry. Letting go allows processes to complete. At night, the body completes many things without our awareness. There is another story from a hilltop where wind moved through tall grasses. A watcher named Lyran tried to track each movement, each shift. The effort made the scene feel chaotic. When Lyran stopped tracking and simply looked, the movement felt calm and rhythmic. We often mistake complexity for chaos. Letting go reveals underlying order. At night, that order is felt as ease. There is another story from a small village where a bell marked midday. A bellkeeper named Pavor rang it precisely, believing the village depended on the signal. One day, illness delayed him. The village still ate, worked, rested. Pavor learned that time does not need announcing. At night, time moves without markers. There is another story from a stone quarry where dust settled slowly. A stone cutter named Elrek brushed dust away constantly, wanting a clear surface. The brushing created more dust. When Elrek stepped back, the dust settled on its own. We often stir what we wish to clear. Letting go allows settling. At night, settling happens quietly. There is another story from a narrow footpath where leaves gathered. A pathkeeper named Darren cleared them each morning. One day, he left them. The leaves softened the ground. Walking became gentler. We often remove what could support us. Letting go reveals hidden comfort. At night, comfort does not need to be constructed. There is another story from a small harbor where ropes creaked softly. A dock worker named Vero tightened knots repeatedly, fearing slippage. The ropes strained. An old sailor said, "Leave room for the tide." Vero loosened the knots slightly. The boats rested more easily. Holding too tightly creates tension. Letting go allows movement without loss. At night, movement is safe. There is another story from a quiet room where a clock chimed softly. A listener named Halen tried to predict each chime, counting the seconds. The counting made him restless. When he stopped counting, the chime faded into the background. We often monitor what does not need monitoring. Letting go frees attention. At night, attention rests. There is another story from a field where clouds drifted low. A watcher named Ison tried to name each shape. The shapes changed too quickly. When he stopped naming, the sky felt vast. letting go of labels allows spaciousness. At night, spaciousness surrounds us. There is another story from a hillside home where a fire burned steadily. A caretaker named Brow poked the fire often, wanting more flame. The fire flared, then died down. When Brow left it alone, the embers glowed steadily. We often mistake intensity for warmth. Letting go preserves warmth. At night, warmth spreads gently. There is another story from a narrow bridge where water passed beneath. A passerby named Kiva hesitated, gripping the railing tightly. On another night, tired, Kiva crossed without gripping. The bridge held. We often discover support only when we stop testing it. At night, support does not need testing. There is another story from a quiet workshop where a carpenter named Nell worked. Nell measured each cut repeatedly, fearing mistakes. One evening, exhausted, he trusted his eye. The cut was clean. Skill often lives beneath conscious control. Letting go allows it to surface. At night, the body remembers how to rest. There is another story from a meadow where insects hummed. A listener named Soren tried to isolate each sound. The effort made the hum irritating. When he listened without separating, the sound became soothing. Letting go of separation brings harmony. At night, harmony is simple. There is another story from a hillside where shadows lengthened. A watcher named Taral tracked them, marking time. When he stopped tracking, the evening felt longer and kinder. Letting go of measurement expands experience. At night, experience expands without effort. There is another story from a quiet pier where water lapped gently. A watcher named Fell counted the laps. He grew sleepy. When he stopped counting, sleep arrived. Letting go opens the door. At night, doors open without force. There is another story from a narrow room where a window creaked. A resident named Marin tried to fix it repeatedly. Eventually, she accepted the sound. It became part of the night. Letting go does not remove everything uncomfortable. It makes it livable. At night, small sounds belong. There is another story from a field where fireflies appeared. A child named Ellen tried to catch one. It vanished. When Ellen sat quietly, many appeared. Letting go invites presence. At night, presence comes when we stop reaching. There is another story from a long bench where an elder named Sorrow sat each evening. People asked him questions. One night, he said nothing. The quiet felt complete. Letting go of answers brings peace. At night, peace replaces explanation. There is another story from a kitchen where a pot simmered. A cook named Ravel stirred constantly. An elder said, "Let it be." Ravel stepped away. The flavor deepened. Some things grow richer without interference. At night, depth develops on its own. There is another story. From a quiet road where milestones were missing, a traveler named Naren felt uneasy at first. Soon, he trusted the road. Letting go of markers builds trust. At night, trust replaces direction. There is another story. From a hillside where snow fell silently, a watcher named Oral worried the land would be lost beneath it. Spring came. Letting go trusts seasons. At night, we enter a season of rest. There is another story. From a small room where a lamp dimmed, a reader named Cal turned the page more slowly. Eventually, he closed the book. The story waited. Not everything needs finishing now. At night, unfinished things can rest. There is another story. From a riverbank where stones lay scattered, a collector named Vasan arranged them carefully. The river rearranged them overnight. Vasan laughed and stopped arranging. Letting go allows play. At night, seriousness softens. There is another story. From a narrow path where steps slowed naturally, a traveler named Hira noticed the slowing and allowed it. The walk felt lighter. Letting go of pace reduces weight. At night, pace finds itself. There is another story. From a quiet room where breath filled the space, a listener named Durrell noticed it and smiled. Nothing else was needed. As these stories continue to drift, thinning into long pauses, there is no need to hold on to any of them. They are not lessons to remember. They are companions that fade as gently as they arrive. Letting go is already happening in the ease of not following, in the softness of attention, in the permission to rest without reason. The night holds everything without effort, and within that holding, it is completely all right to drift, to sleep, or to simply remain here, where nothing is required, nothing is missing, and letting go happens all by itself. As the night continues to widen, it may feel as though even the sense of being here has become less defined. There is presence, but it no longer needs a center. The stories arrive softly, almost on their own, and if they fade before finishing, that is perfectly fine. There is a story from a gentle river bend where reeds leaned into the current. Along that bend lived a reed cutter named Malin. Malin once believed that reeds needed regular cutting to stay healthy. He worked carefully, trimming them back each season so they would not grow wild. One year, flooding made the riverbank inaccessible. Malin could not reach the reeds. When the water receded, he returned and found the reeds taller, thicker, and more resilient than before. They had bent with the flood instead of breaking. An old fisher named Tovar said, "They learned from the water." Malin cut less after that. We often believe that constant shaping keeps things from becoming unruly. But life often becomes stronger when allowed to respond freely. At night, we respond freely too. Muscles release, thoughts loosen, systems adjust without direction. There is another story. From a quiet workshop where a bow maker named Ivan shaped wood for instruments. Ivan believed that precise tension in the bow determined sound quality. He measured and remeasured, tightening again and again. One evening, tired, he left a bow slightly looser than planned. When played, it sang with warmth. Ivan realized that tension and release are partners, not opposites. We often tighten when we think something matters. But what matters most often needs room. At night, room opens without effort. There is another story. From a hillside where stone walls traced old property lines. A wallkeeper named Joran repaired gaps constantly, fearing collapse. Over time, plants grew into the walls, holding stones together. When Joran tried to remove the plants, sections fell. An elder said, "The roots were helping." We often remove what looks untidy, not realizing it is providing support. Letting go allows unseen supports to remain. At night, unseen supports hold us. There is another story. From a narrow valley where a bell echoed faintly. A bellkeeper named Sarl believed the echo needed correction. He dampened the bell to shorten it. The sound became dull. When he removed the dampening, the echo returned, gentle and lingering. We often rush to end things that are already ending naturally. Letting go allows completion. At night, thoughts complete themselves. There is another story. From a small inn where travelers rested. An innkeeper named Elin believed guests needed constant attention. He hovered, offering help repeatedly. Some guests grew restless. One night, Elin simply stayed nearby. The inn felt calmer. We often try to help too much. Letting go allows others and ourselves to settle. At night, settling happens quietly. There is another story. From a hillside orchard where fruit dropped unevenly. A picker named Davin hurried to collect everything at once. Bruises formed. When he waited, the fruit fell when ready. Timing cannot be forced without cost. Letting go respects readiness. At night, sleep arrives when it is ready. There is another story. From a quiet pier where boats drifted gently. A mooring keeper named Halen tightened lines each evening. The boats strained against them. an old sailor said. Let them move with the tide. Halen loosened the lines. The boats rested. We often tie ourselves tightly to prevent loss, not noticing the strain we create. Letting go allows safe movement. At night, movement is gentle. There is another story from a workshop where glass was etched. An etcher named Peril believed every line must be intentional. One day, his hand slipped, creating an unplanned curve. The piece felt alive. Not every mark needs intention. Letting go allows spontaneity. At night, spontaneity shows up as dreams, fragments, images that require no meaning. There is another story from a stone stairway where moss grew. A stairkeeper named Rovan scraped it away daily. The steps became slick. When he allowed moss to remain, footing improved. We often remove softness believing it causes danger. But softness often provides grip. At night, softness holds us. There is another story from a quiet study where a reader named Isha read late into the night. When tired, the words blurred. Isha closed the book before finishing the page. The story waited patiently. Not everything needs completion. At night, incompletion rests. There is another story from a narrow road where a guide named Karen led travelers. Karen explained every turn. One traveler said, I can feel the slope. Karen walked silently beside them. The journey felt lighter. Letting go of explanation allows trust. At night, trust replaces guidance. There is another story from a riverbank where ripples reflected stars. A watcher named Elor tried to hold the image still with focus. The water rippled anyway. When Elor softened his gaze, the reflection steadied. Effort sometimes creates the disturbance we wish to avoid. Letting go clarifies. At night, clarity comes without effort. There is another story from a workshop where tools hung neatly. A craftsperson named Nira rearranged them daily. One day, she left them as they were. Work continued smoothly. We often rearrange our inner tools' thoughts. Strategies believing order creates ease. But ease often comes when rearranging stops. At night, tools rest. There is another story from a hillside where a windmill creaked. A mill tender named Soren tried to silence the sound. An elder said, "That's how it knows it's moving." Soren listened differently. We often try to silence signs of life. Letting go allows life to sound like itself. At night, small sounds reassure. There is another story from a quiet lane where footsteps faded. A listener named Tara noticed how silence followed sound naturally. She did not rush to fill it. Silence felt full. Letting go reveals fullness. At night, fullness is quiet. There is another story from a river crossing where a ferryman named Orek guided boats. Orek once believed he had to hold the rudder constantly. One night, tired, he loosened his grip. The current held the boat steady. Not every moment requires steering. At night, steering rests. There is another story from a narrow room where curtains stirred. A sleeper named Maven worried about the breeze. The air remained soft. Letting go allows comfort. At night, comfort finds its own path. There is another story from a hillside where shadows overlapped. A watcher named Lior tried to separate them. When he stopped, the scene felt calm. Letting go of separation brings ease. At night, boundaries soften naturally. There is another story from a long bench where travelers sat. A host named Selma asked each one questions. One night, she sat silently with them. The bench felt peaceful. Companionship does not require conversation. At night, presence is enough. There is another story from a field where dew formed before dawn. A watcher named Jalen waited to see it appear. It was already there. Letting go reveals what is present. At night, rest is already happening. There is another story from a harbor where lanterns reflected on water. A watcher named Breck counted reflections. He grew dizzy. When he stopped counting, the reflections soothed him. Letting go of counting calms the mind. At night, the mind rests without numbers. There is another story from a hillside where snow muffled sound. A resident named Olin worried about silence, but the silence felt protective. Letting go of noise allows safety. At night, safety feels quiet. There is another story from a narrow path where stones were uneven. A walker named Rena tried to step perfectly. She stumbled. When she walked naturally, she crossed safely. Letting go of perfection steadies movement. At night, natural movement leads to rest. There is another story from a quiet room where a candle burned low. A caretaker named Darrell replaced it early. An elder said, "Let it finish." The candle burned steadily to the end. Completion comes when allowed. At night, completion is gentle. There is another story from a hillside where birds settled for the night. A watcher named Fen watched until his eyes closed. The birds slept. Watching was not required. At night, nothing needs witnessing. There is another story from a kitchen where a pot cooled. A cook named Syrah touched it often. When she left it, it cooled evenly. Letting go allows balance. At night, balance restores itself. There is another story from a quiet field where stars faded behind clouds. A stargazer named Kalen waited for them to return. Eventually, sleep came first. Letting go allows rest before clarity. At night, clarity can wait. There is another story. From a room where breathing filled the space. A listener named Norin noticed it and relaxed. Nothing else was needed. As these stories continue to thin, arriving more like impressions than narratives, there is no need to stay with them. They are not meant to be remembered or understood. They are simply companions for the night, appearing and fading as easily as thoughts themselves. Letting go is already happening in the loosening of attention, in the quiet heaviness of rest, in the ease of not needing to follow anything further. The night holds everything without effort, and within that holding, it is perfectly fine to drift, to pause, to sleep, or to remain in this soft, unmarked presence where nothing needs to be done, nothing needs to be held, and letting go continues gently, all by itself. As the night draws toward its quieter depths, there may be very little left that feels like effort at all. The stories arrive more slowly now, and sometimes they feel less like stories and more like impressions, shapes passing through the dark, leaving no trace behind them. This is not something to notice closely. It is simply how nights unfold. There is a story from a broad shoreline where the tide reached its furthest point, and then, without announcement, began to turn. On that shoreline lived an old tide marker named Halvin. Halvin had spent years placing markers along the beach, measuring how far the water came each night. He recorded everything carefully. As he aged, his writing grew slower. One evening, he watched the water reach the markers and realized he felt no need to record it. The tide turned whether he wrote it down or not. Halvin sat on the sand until the water withdrew, feeling no sense of loss in having marked nothing. We often believe that noticing, recording, or remembering is what gives moments value. But moments do not require witnesses to be complete. At night, much happens without being remembered, and nothing is missing because of that. There is another story. From a quiet village where a single road curved out of sight. A road watcher named Siran once stood there each night, waiting for travelers who rarely came. He believed being present meant staying alert. Over time, he began sitting instead of standing. Eventually, he leaned back against the stone wall and rested his eyes. When a traveler did come, Siran noticed them anyway. He learned that presence does not disappear when effort fades. At night, presence remains even as attention softens. There is another story, from a small room where an oil lamp burned low. A caretaker named Vesh trimmed the wick constantly, worried it would go out. One night, exhausted, He let it burn as it was. The flame steadied. We often disturb what is already balanced. Letting go allows balance to hold. At night, balance settles quietly. There is another story. From a hillside where the wind passed through tall grass, a listener named Oren tried to follow each sound. Eventually, the sounds blended into one gentle movement. The effort to separate them fell away. Letting go reveals wholeness. At night, wholeness does not need explanation. There is another story. From a narrow bridge where lantern light reflected softly on water. A passerby named Ellen paused halfway, gripping the rail. After a moment, Ellen loosened their hands and continued. The bridge held. We often learn support exists only when we stop testing it. At night, support is felt without proof. There is another story. From a small hearth where embers glowed beneath ash. A fire tender named Jorah stirred them often, trying to keep the fire alive. One night, Jorah slept. In the morning, warmth remained. Some things endure without tending. At night, endurance takes the form of rest. There is another story from a quiet workshop where a craftsman named Errol once worked late into the night. As his eyesight dimmed with age, he stopped working after sunset. Instead, he sat by the window and watched the dark arrive. I used to think night took something from me, he said to a visitor. Now I see it gives me rest. Letting go is sometimes the simple recognition that nothing more is required. At night, requirements fall away on their own. There is another story. From a village square where footsteps echoed less and less as evening passed. A listener named Maven noticed how the echoes faded without effort. The square did not need to be quieted. Quiet arrived naturally. We often try to force quiet when it is already on its way. Letting go is allowing what is arriving to arrive. At night, quiet arrives gently. There is another story. From a hillside where a narrow path disappeared into shadow. A traveler named Kisa stopped walking, not because the path ended, but because rest arrived first. The path waited. Nothing was lost by stopping. At night, stopping is not failure. It is completion. There is another story. From a riverbank where stones lay half submerged. A child named Raylan stacked them carefully. The water shifted and the stack fell. Raylan watched the stones settle and felt calm. The river did not mind. Letting go teaches us that not everything needs to remain standing. At night, structures soften. There is another story. From a quiet room where a book lay open on a table. A reader named Soren fell asleep before finishing the page. The book stayed open. Nothing was harmed by waiting. At night, waiting is gentle. There is another story from a long corridor where light faded slowly. A caretaker named Elra walked its length one last time, then turned off the lamps. The corridor rested. Letting go of illumination does not remove presence. At night, presence remains without light. There is another story from a field where fireflies appeared and vanished. A watcher named Leth reached out, then stopped. The fireflies returned on their own. Letting go invites closeness without grasping. At night, closeness does not require effort. There is another story from a hilltop where bells once rang. A bellkeeper named Arvin no longer rang them at night. Sound wakes the day, he said. Silence carries the night. We often bring daytime habits into the night. Letting go allows the night to be what it is. There is another story from a narrow room where curtains moved slightly in the breeze. A sleeper named Nira noticed the movement and felt comforted. Nothing needed fixing. At night, small movements reassure us that life continues. There is another story from a quiet dock where ropes loosened with the tide. A dockhand named Joran trusted the knots he had already tied. The boats rested. Trust does not require constant checking. At night, trust deepens naturally. There is another story from a hillside where snow covered everything evenly. A watcher named Dalen worried the land was lost. Spring came without needing his concern. Letting go trusts seasons beyond our watching. At night, we enter a season of rest. There is another story from a simple bench where an elder named Riva sat each night. People once asked Riva many questions. Later, they simply sat beside her. The silence felt complete. Letting go of answers leaves room for peace. At night, peace does not explain itself. There is another story from a small kitchen where a pot cooled on the stove. A cook named Hira resisted touching it. The pot cooled evenly. Some things finish best when untouched. At night, finishing happens quietly. There is another story from a path where footprints faded behind a traveler. The traveler did not turn to look. The path did not need remembering. At night, forgetting is kind. There is another story from a quiet room where breathing filled the space. A listener named Taryn noticed the rhythm and then forgot about it. The rhythm continued. Nothing needs attention to continue. At night, life carries itself. And now, as the stories thin into long pauses, there is no need to stay with them. They are not meant to be completed or gathered. They have been companions through the night, and like the night itself, they do not require acknowledgement when they pass. We have wandered through many lives, many small moments of release, each one pointing gently back to the same quiet truth. Letting go is not an act we perform. It is what remains when effort falls away. Understanding, if it came, can rest now. And if understanding did not come, that is just as complete. The night does not ask us to hold anything. It only carries us. Attention may already be drifting. Sleep may already be happening. And if wakefulness lingers, it can linger without purpose. Nothing more is needed. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Calm Monk.